Alright guys, BLM here, back with more AC2, another live stream. I just messed up my own intro, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, we're gonna wrap up AC2, probably start Brotherhood. There we go, gonna change the category. Alright, yeah, last stream before the Survivor premiere. That's something. This is a bit loud on my end. I should probably make sure, like, I've been neglecting to check if my audio is even coming through. I should probably check. Yeah, okay, we're good though. So yeah, what do we got? We got Australian Survivor episode, which was really, really good. Probably the best episode of the season, if not since, like at least since probably the Juicy Dave episode. Thank you for the resub, Circle. 8 months. It's been 8 months. God damn. BBCAN10 Derek is on NBC's new dating show, The Courtship. Why? That's something. I don't even know what that show is, but yeah, that's something. Who's my winner pick for Survivor? It was High, right? Which I'm not, by the way, I'm not feeling great about my winner pick at this point. Not that I don't think he'll do well, but I think after having listened to his RJP interview and like kind of like thinking about how the game's going to play out a bit more. Oh yeah, we need to get the codex pages. I don't think I would have picked him at this point. Not that he's like low, and he's probably still like top 4 in terms of winner contention for me, but yeah, I don't think I would have gone with High at this point, but whatever. Have I watched Rick and Morty? No, I have not. Oh, thank you for the sub, Menace Forever. I think that's a first-time sub, right? So thank you for that. Okay, so yeah, we gotta do codex pages. But yeah, Australian Survivor was crazy. I was very happy with this episode because it's been a slog recently. Mind you, I will say that my opinion on who's winning is as solidified as ever. But in terms of like the actual events of the episode, I thought it was pretty great. And I will say, like, I came into the episode thinking Jesse was going home, especially after the preview where we had like Mark saying, "Oh, Jesse's gonna pay for what his older brother did," or whatever, something dumb like that. And like it made it very apparent that Jordy was winning immunity because like why else would he say that? And at that point, like, I felt like, again, this seems like it's setting up to where Jesse, like, where Sam's going to vote out Jesse. So, like, I was not surprised by the actual, like, vote off, but the events to that point were incredible. Again, like, the fact that he finds an idol and lets Sam hold on to it just for Sam to vote him out to keep the idol is insane. And that was incredible. Like I was not expecting that element of it. To be honest, I didn't even think it was her idol until like we get the thing of like her saying, "Oh, thank you for the idol," or whatever. Like I didn't like obviously we saw that like she was able to hold on to it, but like I didn't think it was a situation where she was going to be able to keep it once he got voted out. But I mean, to be honest, it's like I don't know if it's technically like 100%. In the rules, but obviously they're gonna go with it because it's good TV for that to happen. But yeah, I mean that was insane. I know a lot of people are like upset at Sam and everything, but it's still incredible TV. Like while I do think like at the end of the day, like is getting rid of Jesse her best move right now? No. I mean, I think that's like pretty clear. But again, she is playing with her husband. She's playing with someone that she has a kid with, that she's playing, like, you would assume she wants to spend the rest of her life with. I think to have her go against that is not really reasonable. Especially at a point that Jordy has already, like, shown, like, he's spread information about Mark's idol. He's essentially shown that he is willing to turn on Mark. I think at that point it's like you can't keep him around. I think you gotta like obviously ideally it would have been Jordy, but like once Jordy wins immunity, it's like again like it's a tough situation. And I will say that I think like just from a pure positioning standpoint, I think I would have gone with voting out Josh in this situation. However, I think when you contextualize it, Hype Train, yeah, I guess we have a Hype Train, don't we? Or Hype Train is close, it says. But yeah, not expecting anything there. But yeah, either way, what was it that... Yeah, like, I think when you consider the fact that they now have 2 idols, Mark and Sam, which they would have only had one had they not voted out Jesse here. I think they're... Like, even though I think, like, from a pure positioning standpoint, they would have been in a better spot had Josh went out of the game, especially because Josh seems to have a lot of allies. Like, while you can't trust Jordy, he's still on the bottom. Like, he doesn't have the numbers. Like, he only has Michelle and KJ and Jesse. Mind you, they would have also had an idol, which is the scary part. But it's like Josh has, like, pretty much everyone else. Like, Josh has, obviously, Jordan, but he has Chrissy out of nowhere. But whatever. He has Juicy Dave. He has one other person. But yeah, he has, like, these other people locked in to where I think Josh is more dangerous. But, like, the compromise of, like, 2, like, in this position, you're not, like, you're still in a decent spot. Like, you're not being directly targeted right away, and you also have 2 idols now instead of 1. It does make it, a bit more, of a tougher decision there. Who I think is going to be the first boots? I'm 42. I'm trying to think, like, who... I don't remember the tribes anymore. I forgot. Who was I thinking? I think I was thinking Romeo, wasn't I? Like, I know I was thinking Romeo was, like, the first out of his tribe. Yeah, I just don't remember the tribes anymore. But, BBCAN eviction, yeah, it was a solid... Like, okay, actually, now I'm thinking about it, the episode was shit. BBCAN episode 2 was shit. Like, it was a jumbled mess of an episode where they were really just fast-forwarding through things, and, like, very little of it actually made sense, but whatever. I mean, Melina didn't seem to be playing that well. I think she could have been, like, a fun character, particularly in, like, how much she didn't care to play the game. But I don't think it's the biggest loss in the world. In terms of what's going on currently, I'll be honest, I haven't been paying super close attention. Like, I have listened to Terran live feed updates, and like, I know what's, like, what generally is going on. Like, I know the alliances and, like, all that stuff, but I haven't been, like, paying attention, especially what's been going on today. Like, we had this, like, weird fight between Jay and Kevin, or Jay and Kyle. By the way, I keep on getting Kyle and Kevin mixed up. It's, like, really irritating me. Not because, like, obviously not because they're similar at all, but I just get their names mixed up. But yeah, I mean, weird situation there. Jay seems like a pretty bad player as a whole. Who knows if they're going to get out of this, because there's a chance. I mean, they definitely have, like, there's ways they get out of this, but it doesn't seem like they're doing it themselves any favors, though. Fuck. There we go. Call Kevin Mr. Jacobs. Is that his last name? Is it Jacobs? Is Melina the worst BBCAN player? I think you can make the argument. I mean, the problem is that we just don't have feeds for week 1. Like, that's my biggest issue with BBCAN, is, like, how much they fast forward to week 1, and then how we don't have feeds. So I think in general, first boots, it's, like, very tough to gauge how they are as players, because we just have so little. And, like I would say Melina's definitely up there, though. Because, like, while she did have some votes on her side, like, it didn't seem like it was because they were allies of her. Jay specifically said that they, like, voted to keep her just because they didn't want her to go out unanimously. And, like, I don't know about Jess. Maybe she did want... like, maybe they were aligned with Melina, but, like, I don't know. But, yeah, it doesn't seem like Melina's the greatest player. All right, what do we got next? Kevin's disappointing so far. I mean, like, he's exactly what I thought he was going to be. I mean, like, I never thought he was going to be a big character on the feeds. Like, I always thought he was going to be, like, this person that's, like, very... Again, I compared him to Andy in the preseason. I felt like that's, like, an apt comparison of what he's trying to do. Now, he's not executing nearly as well as Andy did. Where Andy was, like right away in week 1, had very solid allies, and by the end of week 1 was able to turn over the power structure. Like, Kevin's obviously not doing that. He's on the bottom. But, like, in terms of a character on... Like, I think he's still, like, the same character I thought he was going to be on the show. He's still one of these people... Like, he's still acting as the villain on the, like, the actual TV show. It's just that on the feeds, again, he's being very laid back, which is what I expected him to be. God damn it. Do I think Betty stays against Jay? I'm not sure. Is Betty going on the block? I don't think she is, right? From what I understand, Kevin is going to be the renom, right? That's going to be Kevin and Jay, and in that situation, it can be close. I think there's a chance Jay can stay. That's actually probably one of Jay's better case scenarios, but probably not. I am not doing a premiere ranking of Amazing Race. I just could not bother. Like, especially now. But yeah, I don't really care enough to do it. I would do Big Brother way before I do Amazing Race. Because I would do, like, International Survivor before I do Amazing Race. CBS Challenge Cast likely Thursday? Is that a thing? He's doing Betty if he feels sketched out that Kevin might go. Okay. I think Betty stay. Like, I think Jay goes home pretty much against anybody other than Kevin right now, unless he puts up someone like really well integrated in the house in terms of like part of like the initial like the big alliances right now, like someone like a Herman or like a Gino or like one of those people, and then people like think, wait, why are we getting rid of Jay when we can get rid of a big threat? I think that's the only other possibility, but even then, like, I don't think they're going to pull the trigger this early. But yeah, I mean, I expect Jay to go this week. Again, there's chances. Agreed. They could survive, but I don't think it's super likely. Okay, I almost fucked that up. Who's winning AU? It's fucking Mark. I mean, this episode, I think, sealed it. Where I don't think anyone else has a chance. It's Mark and, like, I think it's Mark at, like, 90% win equity. Sam at, like, 5. And then Jordy at, like, 3. And then, like, yeah. I mean, it's fucking Mark. Like, I don't think there's a chance it's anyone else at this point. It's pretty locked in. And to be honest, it's at the point where, like, I'm thinking, is it a Mark and Sam? Like, are they both getting to the final? Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen right now. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a final 2 or final 3. Is that it for... I think it's it, right? Yeah, like, I don't know if it's a final 2 or final 3, but I think they're both getting to the end at this point. And, like, I think Sam is gonna get some vitriol from the jury. That's, like, kind of the vibe I'm getting right now. Where's the fast travel location? Actually, but then again, we can get on the boat, right? Yeah, because we can get on the... That goes to 4 Lee, right? Yeah. Okay, we'll just go to the boat. I did watch the Jesse's Ponderosa video. Pretty much right before I started streaming here. And I don't know where to go with that. Like, I'm a bit confused. Like, I don't know if he's, like, fully out on Sam or not. Like, because obviously he's very upset. Like, he's very upset at Sam. However, he does talk about, like, needing to appreciate the move. So it's like, I don't know if it's, like, at the point where, like, he's never voting for Sam. But I think if it's, like, Sam and Mark, I think he'll probably go for Mark. Again, the question is it a final three, and who's the third person? Casting Australian Survivor Heroes vs. Villains? That'll be cool. I would like to do it at some point. Oh, fuck. Of course the fast travel location's right next to this, but we have to go to Forley anyway, so might as well just go here. But, yeah. You don't like Josh? Is he a villain? I don't know if he's a villain. He's just like, I think he's just supposed to be like a strategic player. But yeah, he is boring though. But to be fair, I think a lot of that has to do with the editing. Where I think that a lot of the reason why he's boring is because the editors just don't give a shit enough to show him. If it's a final three, it's probably Shay or KJ. I don't think Shay's gonna get there. Now, I think Shay's gonna be, again, I think Shay's gonna be like one of the like Fallen Angel or like I think she's the Brooke or the Flick of the season. That's what I think Shay is. I could see KJ though. I can definitely see KJ being like the third. Because like I don't think they would completely purple. Like if it's Mark and Sam and then the third person, they wouldn't completely purple that third person. You wouldn't think. I'm thinking this is Australian Survivor. But like I don't think it's like Dave. I don't think it's like Jordan. I don't think it's like Michelle. But yeah, I think KJ's probably a good pick. I think that's definitely someone that's likely for that spot.
Deal.
By the way, I do find like Jesse's edit very like weird, because like so I was the other day I was writing the like trying to write part of the script for Australian Survivor stuff, which by the way have made pretty much no progress since the last time I streamed. I'm still only on episodes. I pretty much haven't done anything on the Australian Survivor script, but it's so weird that they like start off one of the episodes like focus like with just this opening scene of like Jesse. Talking about like, oh, everyone underestimates me because I'm a kid, but I'm really playing this game, and then like he never appears again like throughout the rest of the episode, and then that like kind of just like leads to nothing. Like it's so weird like why that was there, where like that was pretty much like his only content in between like episode 1 and I think like the Ben week, right? Wow. Is Sam stealing Jesse's idol the same as Shane stealing Sivu's? No. I think it's very different. Mainly because he didn't vote out Sivu immediately afterwards.
Keep them busy.
And also, Sivu didn't even know that Shane stole his idol until like very late also. And then also like yeah, I mean like Sam didn't even know, or Jesse didn't even know Sam technically stole his idol until we got voted out. I think it's like a vastly different thing. I think if anything, it's probably more similar to the Gina one, but like Gina was even like Shane's ally, so like that doesn't really even matter. Does Josh have the potential to be a top 10 player? I don't think so. I think he is one of the better players of the season if we're looking at it on paper. Again, like edit wise was like it's tough to distinguish how good of a game he's playing just because like we're not seeing him. But like if we're looking at his game on paper, it's a strong game. Like he is clearly one of the power players out there. It's just that the edit's not bothering to show him. But I don't think he's top 10. Really, I think the only ones from this season that have potential to be top 10 are Mark and Sam. Yeah, I don't think anyone else. How many Survivor players has Jeff Probst forgotten about? A lot. Actually, should that be a video? I feel like that should be a video. Actually, I'm gonna fucking write that down. what do I even call that? Whatever. Every Survivor player Jeff has forgotten about. Because I'm sure he has forgotten about almost everyone that hasn't played twice from before, like, Survivor 30. Like, to be honest, it's a lot. Like, I think it's a lot of people. But, so. Jeff remembers Jessica the Ben, but that's because, like, he was, like, he had, like, a friendship, I guess, with Jessica the Ben, if you will. Like, after the show. Alright, so we need a fast travel now. There should be one right there. It's, like, kind of similar to, like, the Gina Cruz situation. Where it's like, yeah, he remembers her. But it's, like, it's because, like, they had, like, a relationship outside the show. Not because, like, he actually remembers them being on the show. Think he forgot about Kenny and Crystal? I mean, like, I won't be surprised. I don't know. I feel like he probably remembers them. You would think. Yeah, I would think he remembers them. But, like, actually, I wonder how much of the Gabon cast he remembers, though. Like, does he remember GC? Does he remember God's Child? Like, I feel like that'll be a funny thing to ask him. Really, I would love, like, just someone to, like, if they have an interview with Jeff Probst, like, literally just, like, ask him, do you remember this person? Like, do you know who this person is? Like, just show him, like, a picture. Yeah, like Patricia from Marquesas. Yeah, I think it would be hilarious. Why do they call GC God's Child? Isn't that what GC stands for? Like, I'm pretty sure that's what GC stands for, right? Am I doing a ranking of the twists on Survivor? I have that on my list of video ideas, but I'm probably not going to do it immediately. Though, I mean, like, to be fair, like, this would probably be a decent time to do it. Like, probably, like, after 42. Would probably be, like, a good time to do it, considering how, like, top of mind, like, twists in Survivor are right now. But, again, not right now, though. Yeah, just put 5 pictures of random pre-emergers and tell him to name them, yeah. What I find funny is that, like, he couldn't even, like, he hates Shan Elkins, but he couldn't even remember Shan Elkins' name. Like, I find that hilarious. It's like he just, like, called him this, like, douchebag that, attacked me on Twitter, and it's like, again, he was talking about Shan Elkins, but, like, he just did not remember his name. And I find that kind of funny. But again, I think if you show him a picture, that probably changes it. But actually, I wonder, like, would he remember Shan Elkins' name if you show him a picture? Like, I think he would remember, oh, that's the douchebag. But, like, would he remember, like, oh, that's Shannon? Like, I think that'll be a funny thing, too. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, I think after 42, I'd probably have to reassess the twists. I mean, I think twists and themes are different. Because, like, with themes, I'm too fair, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that either. Even though, yeah, Paradigm's done it. But, like, twist is, like, slightly different just because, like, now we have, like, the Hourglass twist, we have, like, Do or Die, we have Forced Fire Making, we have all that sort of stuff. The thing is, Forced Fire Making really a twist at this point? I guess it's really a format change, if you want to be technical. But, whatever. Can you attack me? Fuck off. Lynn Spillman Dreamcast. I think that's on my video. What's the video ideas? Also, Robin Cass, Big Brother 1, too. Would be a similar thing. Alright. Yeah, he remembers Bob. Like, I know for sure he would remember Bob. Like, I mean, he would remember all the winners. I don't think there's a winner he would forget. I think the closest would probably be someone like a Vesepia. But I think he remembers most of the winners. Do I think BBCAN10 will have a 7 or 9 person jury? I'm not sure if this season. It might be 9. Because it's been 7 recently, but they've had smaller casts recently. Like, I don't think they've ever done... Have they ever done a 16-person cast with 7-person jury? I think BBCAN 6 was, right? So, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, last time we had a 9-person jury was what? Was BBCAN 5? So... Who knows? Personally, I hope not. Just because... scheduling. Really? Because, like, I would have to reschedule the mid-season power ranking. Where would they do the mid-season power ranking? Because, like, obviously, like, normally I would do it at jury, but if they're starting jury, like, super late, like, do I really do power ranking at 9 when, like, 7 people are gone? It just feels kind of weird. I probably still would, though. Does he remember Papa Bear? I would say no. Actually, I don't know. He seemed pretty high on Papa Bear at the time. So, like, as a character. So it's like, maybe he would. But I feel like that's one of the people that, like, he wouldn't, like... I think if you were to, like, sit him down and say, okay, list every single Survivor player, I don't think he could name Papa Bear. But I think if you, like, show him a picture of Papa Bear, he would be like, oh, yeah, that's Papa Bear. Are there no, there's no one to hire? Whose game has surprised me the most? Gino. Actually, I don't know if it's surprise, but it's like... Because, like, his game's pretty much exactly the way I thought it was going to be. It's just that I'm surprised at the reaction to his game, I should say. Where I thought there would be more people thinking him as a threat. Like, his game is exactly what I thought it was going to be. But I thought, like, again, like, I thought people would look at him as a threat more so. Where they're not. So, whatever. Again, like, Gino's number 1 in my power ranking right now, by the way. Which I had him 15 preseason. So, yeah. I mean, the surprised me positively is definitely Gino. Negatively... probably Jess, but not really. Like, I always saw the potential for Jess's game to go terribly, but, like, I feel like she's just worse than I thought they were going to be. I mean, like, just, like, listening to the conversation that she's having, it's like, so aggressive. And it's like, it just feels like she's trying to, like, debate everyone she's having a conversation with. I don't know, she's just really, really bad socially. That being said, though, I mean, she's surviving this week more than likely. And after that, like, do other people just target each other moving forward? Like, I mean, is she going to remain the house target? Like, there's a chance that they have a deep run at this point, but who knows? Why aren't there any people to hire? Stephanie wants from what I understand, Stephanie wants a showmance with Gino, but Gino has no interest in it. And that, like, he's more interested in JL, but even then, like, not really. Like, was it JC? But again, it's like a situation where, like, everyone's just in love with Gino. And, like, I don't get it, personally. But again, good on him. Kyle, Jess, and Moose went way down. Moose, actually, to be honest, I'm probably, like, higher on Moose. Like, he has serious... Like, he's probably not going to make it to the end or anything. But, like, I'm surprised at how hard he's playing, though. Like, I didn't think he was going to play hard, personally. Like, I thought he was going to be, like, this super chill guy that lays back and everything. But he's, like, playing super hard. And, again, very sloppy. But, again, like, at least he's playing... And I feel like, considering he's still in a lot of alliances that are, like, within the core power structure, it's like he's not in a position where, like, he's going home immediately, but, like, he's definitely yeah, he's not going to make a deep run, though, I wouldn't think. especially considering like people in his own alliance are already talking about how he's like one of the first people to go. Who's Canada's favorite right now? Who was number one? I looked at Jokers. Was it Helena? I think Helena was number one, right? But again, in terms of Canada, I don't fucking know. Like just yet. You had Kyle at 1. I had Kyle at 5, I think, in the preseason. And I had Gino at 15. Right now I have Gino 1, Kyle 2. Though, to be fair, that was before the situation with Jay. But to be honest, I think that was overall more of a negative look on Jay than it was on Kyle. You're going to call tribes North Island, South Island my review of UK Panama? I think I just went North and South. But I don't remember. I might have went North Island, South Island. But, yeah. That's coming out somewhat soon. Like, what, a week from Wednesday, I think? Stuff like that. Any schedule changes? Where were we at when I streamed? I don't think anything since I last streamed, but schedule changes from like a week ago, yeah. I mean, because, tomorrow will be Celebrity Big Brother player ranking. Wednesday will be Amazing Race review. And then, yeah, after that, it's pretty much the same. The only thing that's like kind of in flux right now is the Horizon Forbidden West spoiler review. Because I have finished Horizon since last time I streamed. And I was also, like, I was talking about how I was going to do a Horizon replay on stream. I decided not to because turns out some of my footage got a bit corrupted, particularly at one specific mission. So it's like, I might as well just replay it off stream. And also, like, I kind of want to replay it to, like, get a better sense of the story. I'm going to try to do it before I do the spoiler review, so... I have already started replaying. I'm just rushing through it. I'm already like halfway through the game. Or I guess probably 40% of the way through the game. But either way, see, I'm doing that off stream. But I'm thinking that review will probably be on. I think it was the Friday, like a week from this Friday. But whatever. Yeah, recasting Heroes vs. Villains is Saturday. This Saturday. So yeah, I mean, essentially, again, the schedule for this month is pretty locked in right now. Like, unless, like, something weird happens with BBCAN or whatnot, like, it's pretty locked in. Or, like, Australian Survivor ending early for some reason. But, yeah, so, again, next Saturday is recasting Heroes vs. Villains. We got UK Panama retrospective next Wednesday. Horizon, again, I think that'll be on the 18th, which is exactly a month after the game came out, which is technically a bit later than I want it to come out. But again, like, I'm gonna replay the game, and also too, like, I don't have, like, I'm gonna be pretty busy this week, and I'm just not gonna have time to put together the review this week, even if I wanted to. So it's like I'm gonna have to wait until next week, and it's like, I don't, like, who knows if I can get it done in one day or not. So it's like, I might as well just fucking wait until Friday of next week. So that'll be on the 18th. 19th will be the Survivor auction ranking. Then 23rd is the Mass Effect Andromeda retrospective. 26th is... That one's a little bit hazy. As of right now, I have the recasting Survivor All-Stars video. But I'm not like 100% locked in on that. I think we'll see how the channel is doing at that point. Because, like, I don't think the recasting All-Stars video is going to do that well. So if it's, like, a period where, like, the channel's in a bit of a slump, then maybe I'll go for, like, a video that I think will maybe do a bit better. But, like, as of right now, that's there. And then on the 30th is the BBCAN final juror ranking. So, like, that's the rest of the month. But, like, already, like, the first half of April is all videos that, that are in flux. So things like BBCAN and Survivor 42 mid-season power ranking, Australian Survivor season review and player ranking. So yeah, all those are like kind of like a bit hazy on when exactly those are coming out. Kyle's being very cocky during this Marty HOH. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I haven't been paying attention to too much with the feeds. Like, I do know he's been acting like a bit like after the J stuff, he's been. Wait, how many do I have? Oh, okay, I'm done with. Yeah, okay, I just need to go to Tuscany. Yeah, I know he's been acting like a bit like self-righteous, but fuck, do I not have one on the map? Well, that's kind of annoying. Well, I guess, okay, let's just go towards the thing. Do I have a preseason ranking? I haven't put one together for the SA cast. I was thinking about it a bit, though, on, like, who I would consider as my winner pick as of right now. But, like, even then, I didn't really, solidify on a single person. Realized I released the Survivor season ranking on a Wednesday. Did I? I think I did, but that was like a weird circumstance, right? Yeah, because it was going to be the Saturday, and then I think the BBCAN10 cast assessment changed some things up, and it also, yeah, I think it was just like a weird, like last second change. And also at that point, like the winner ranking didn't do the greatest when it originally came out, so I was like, okay, whatever. Who cares when this really comes out? Which, I mean, the season ranking ended up doing worse, but whatever. I mean, they're doing well now. Again, like both of those videos and like the runner-up ranking as well are more so long-term videos than short-term, where like they're going to do well in like over time, like especially like better than most other videos. But they just didn't have like the best starts in the world. Mind you, the runner-up ranking actually did pretty well, like for what it is. Where it did better in both the winner and season rankings somehow. Do I think Tori's going to be an early boot? I would guess so. I didn't have much confidence in Tori as a player, especially strategically, from Sequester. And then I think considering she's on the tribe that seems like the weakest tribe physically, I don't see her going too far. And like if this ends up being like the UA of this season, like I can't imagine her being part of the top 2 of the tribe. Like where I think like if maybe she was on a better tribe, like I think she was on the tribe with like Jonathan and Lindsay, then like maybe she can make it through. But yeah, like on her tribe, like where who's on her tribe? I don't remember her tribe anymore. But either way, it's like I don't feel like if I remember right, it wasn't like the greatest tribe for her. It's Calmore better than Calmore. I would say like this Calmore is currently better positioned than the other Calmore. Well, like the other Calmore was someone that was always kind of on the bottom, but always had like the potential to flip the game, and like almost did. Actually, he pretty much did flip the power structure. It's just that his side never won the competitions to be able to do something about it. Yeah, it's like this Calmore is actually like initially part of the core power structure. And I think if he holds on for a few more weeks, then he's probably already better than the other Calmore. Should do a video on Watch Mojo's top 20. Yeah. I think that'd be fun. I've thought about that. Like doing, like sort of reaction, not necessarily reaction videos, but like more so like looking at other people's opinions of Survivor and then like talking about that. Yeah, that'll probably be a good one to do though. Top 4 for 42 are Omar, Mike, Maria, right? That's how you pronounce her name, and Tori. Again, I'm not high on Tori. I'm like kind of high on Om. I'll say again. I forgot if I mentioned this in my cast assessment, but I don't feel good about anyone on this cast. But like, obviously, someone has to win. But like, I feel like if we swap out like these people for like almost anyone in 41, well, not almost anyone, but like any of my top contenders for 41, like I would for sure pick the person for 41 as my winner pick. Or like again, I picked high. I'm not even that high on high at this point. If I were to redo it, I might have gone with Mike. To be honest, like I fucking love Mike, and like I don't know how well he's really gonna do, but I really think Mike is gonna be like the next coming of Tony from at least a character standpoint. Where I mean, he's kind of like a mix of Tony and Boston Rob. I think it's probably, or like maybe a Tom Westman maybe, but I think he's gonna be a really fun character. Omar seems like a douchey version of Dr. Mike. I never thought of it that way. But I don't know, I never looked at him as douchey, but I can see him being like a modification of Dr. Mike. Yeah, I've watched I talked about that, right, on stream? I have been watching the Will Neff stream. Oh, yeah, I talked about yeah, he has a lot of bad takes. I find it hilarious that, by the way, he did just watch the Tyson idol play. Or, like, Russell, whatever, idol play, and then Tyson going home. And, like, he talks about, like, immediately afterwards, like, Russell is the best player ever. It's like, how can you not say he's the best player ever after this? It's like, I think there's a lot. And he gets so pissed off at the chat because like they're talking about because I'm too fair, they're like essentially spoiling him, which isn't great, but still, I mean, I think it's but too fair, I mean that's what people thought at the time though too. Like, if we're, like, looking back at the audience at the time of Heroes vs. Villains, I'm sure there were a lot of other people saying Russell Hanson's the best player of all time after the Tyson move there, but whatever. Yeah, I have a video that I'm doing on the best player after Heroes vs. Villains. So you'll eventually hear my opinion on that. Don't know when the fuck that's coming out, by the way, because I have like 2 other videos in that series before that, and I haven't even released those 2, and I don't even know when the fuck those 2 are coming out either. But again, it's a fun series. I really like doing those videos of like top 10s based on specific times in Survivor and Big Brother history. It's just that obviously it's like a very limited like field of videos. What actor would I want to play Ezio in an Assassin's Creed movie? I don't want Ezio in an Assassin's Creed movie. But, I don't know. I mean, who would I even want? Like, I guess you would have to pick, like, an Italian guy, right? You would think? I can't even think of any Italian actors top of mind, though. Do I think BB23 is going to have... Okay, well, a lot of people just posted things. But anyway, whatever. What was the question? I just completely forgot the question. Where was it? Oh, do I think BB24 is probably is gonna probably have to do a lot of twists to get favorable outcomes? I mean, isn't that every season of Big Brother? But, like, I don't think they actually will, though. Like, Big Brother as a whole has been, like, turning away from, like, massive twists. Like, obviously we essentially have, like, these twists that waste time on the show because they need to waste time on the show. Like, it's like this, like, extra competition for the Sunday episode. Like, that's kind of the twist I think we're gonna get. But, like, I don't think they're gonna do, like, that much extra from that. Colin Farrell as Ezio? Maybe. Pedro Pascal. I mean, is Pedro Pascal just playing every fucking video game character?
I think this is the key. If if I just rewrite this line?
I am still excited for Last of Us TV series. Actually, I don't know if excited is the right term, but like I'm very interested. Though it's not coming out for a while. This is what they said, 2023. Or at least they didn't even say that. They said not this year. Well. Alright, let's do some puzzle stuff. Again, this is pretty easy. If you know what the fucking world looks like. Am I surprised no one has given up their immunity necklace only to play an idol? I've thought about that. I think it would be a fun thing to do if you know, I mean, like, if you know you're going to be playing your idol on an ally, then yeah, I think it would be a fun thing to do, to give up your immunity necklace. And you have immunity, obviously that would, because I mean, that's a situation, that's a very situational situation, where like you would need to have an idol, you would need to also have one immunity, and you would have to be in a position where you know, or you would assume that the opposition is gunning for you. So like that's a lot of yeah, it's a lot of like weird circumstances that have to be going on. Is that right? No, it's not. It's this. Wait, did I just fuck this up? I don't know. Okay, there. That's... There we go. But that's like my only chance of winning an immunity challenge in Survivor, I feel like. Whatever. Really enjoying how Mark is playing on AU. I'm kind of like, on how he's playing.
Indeed. Perhaps now we can finally make
like he's playing well, obviously, but it's like I also, I mean, I guess he is playing well. It's more so like I feel like there's a bit of ickiness with how he's treating Sam, where he's just like completely neglecting her, pretty much, where he's essentially like telling her what to do and not considering her own position in the game, which I mean, like from a game standpoint, like that's actually technically good, especially because like he's able to keep Sam in line, but again that's a lot because of their outside relationship. But like again, like technically from a game standpoint it's good, but like I feel like there is ickiness there, though again it's within the course of the game, and it's like if this was like outside the game, I feel like it would be very, very icky that he's treating Sam that way. But yeah, either way. Cole from Amazing Race 28 was on Dharma. Why? Genius Player Ranking? I don't know when the fuck that's coming out. I think it's scheduled for like August right now. Stuff like that. Yeah, that and the... Oh no, actually that's... Yeah, oh yeah, that's August. And same thing with the recasting Amazing Race 8 video. The two videos that have been on the back burner for forever. That and the Hellblade video. Actually, all three of them are all, I guess as of right now, scheduled for August of this year.
For years, no, decades, we've sought these answers.
And now, at last...
Yeah, so as of right now, I've had 4 videos.
Finds a way into the vault. Its contents will make the
actually, when the Plague Tale video?
Go to Roma and find the vault. What of the rest of you?
So Plague Tale...
Cause some trouble in the city, giving you the freedom to conduct yourself.
Where's it on my schedule?
Just let me know when you are ready.
Oh, there it is. So that was in October. Yeah, so like... Wait, when was the Yakuza Like a Dragon video? Because I made that like immediately after I finished my first playthrough, and it's still not out. So that was in May. Okay, yeah. So essentially, yeah, there's only 4 videos remaining that are from that point or before. But it's still kind of ridiculous I have videos from that long ago still not out. But essentially, by the time my Yakuza, like, so again, it's Genius Player Ranking, recasting Amazing Race 8, Hellblade, retrospective. Kind of, I mean, I'm calling it retrospective, but technically it wasn't when it was made, but whatever. And then Like a Dragon, Those 4 videos are like the 4 that have been in the back burner for a long time. Everything else was pretty much made within the course of this like last 2 batches of videos. Lauren O'Connor emote, that's been there for a while now, hasn't it? I mean, like, it's always, like, like, when I first created emotes, I mean, it was there. But then, like, I didn't only had, like, 1 slot per, like, for everything. But, like, they recently gave me more follower slots, so I just, like, moved everything to the follower slot, pretty much. Or at least filled it up as much as I can. So, yeah, that's been there. Have I noticed that MTV fans criticize the flagship for being clicky, but ignore it when it happens on All Stars? Yeah. I think the difference is that like the people in All Stars are like more likely to give drama, but I mean obviously that's not the reason why. Like they yeah. I mean I think it is hypocrisy from the general fan base, but yeah, I think the problem with the current cast is that they're just not interesting TV. Is it okay that you're never going to sub to me? Yeah, I don't give a shit. By the way, I don't think I still haven't got a single fucking penny of money from Twitch yet. I think I'm pretty close to this point. But yeah, after 8 months now, I still haven't gotten any money from Twitch. But again, like, I don't really care. Like, I don't really, like, it never was a thing that I intended anyway. Because again, if I did, then, like, I would have fucking, like, had, like, donations and all that shit set up. I really don't fucking care. Oh, $1 Million Island, we haven't talked about that, right? That should be interesting. It's not gonna, I'm sure it'll only last like 1 season, like the Glass House did. But, it'll be interesting at least. I'll watch it. I don't know if I'll make a video on it or anything, but I'll watch it. By the way, I have not made much progress on my, challenge rewatch. I'm still on, Double Agents. A little bit past the halfway point. I got to the Nam DQ. That's where I'm at. But I mean, opinions are mostly the same. It's still not a good season. It's really fucking boring at points. Really dragged out. Too long of episodes. Too long of a season. But I mean, there are at least notable moments here and there, particularly in the early portion of the season, and there is the Big TCT storyline, which is interesting, but it's still not a great season. I heard Sam is going to be played by a deaf actor. Yeah, I've heard of that. That they were searching for like a deaf actor that fits the okay. But yeah, like everything else fits like Sam's character, so that's something. I don't know if it's necessary, but whatever. If that's the approach they're taking, whatever. What should you do if you're dead to rights and you get... Wait, dead to rights, you get yourself in dead to rights? I mean, I think it's very situational. It depends on the people that you're playing with. Come on. Thoughts on Medallion of Power? It's useless. Like, to me, like, people talk about, like, it's the worst twist in Survivor history. Like, I don't think it's the worst, mainly because, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't affect anything. Like, it's just a useless twist. Where, like, I feel like the worst twists are one that have, like, negative effects on the season. Well, like, that just has, like, no effect on the season. Am I open to saying Spies, Lies, and Allies is better than Double Agents? Probably not. To be honest, like, I think, like, I'm still gonna end up rewatching Spies, Lies, and Allies. But I mean, like, even though I'm still like very negative on Double Agents, I feel like it does further solidify my pros on Double Agents, the rewatch I've had, where like at least there's a fucking story. Like at least like there's a point to the season, like where like I feel like there's no point to Spies, Lies, and Allies. Like they don't even bother setting up a story for the season. And it's like it just feels like things are happening with like no actual like point to it. Oh my god, am I gonna make this? Holy shit! Oh no! Fuck off! Ah, whatever. I very rarely make that on my first try. And I just broke my armor too, so that's lovely. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, fuck that. Is Hourglass better? No, I think Hourglass is possibly the worst twist in Survivor history. Like Hourglass and Do or Die, but like at least Do or Die has like I think Do or Die is the worst twist like on paper in terms of the ramifications it has to the actual game, to where like people can now be taken out of the game without having even been voted out. And to be fair, I mean forced fire making is also like very bad though. But like Do or Die at least has a lot more like decisions for the players to make that are involved with it. And like it's also like an option of whether or not you even participate in the twist or not. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I think Hourglass is pretty fucking bad though. Summit Twist, I mean that's another one that's like it's just nothing. I think at least that one has like a bit more upside, where like there's at least a potential that like a cross-tribal alliance comes together. But like for the most part, it's just like a nothing twist. Have you ever been approached to do a collab with a Survivor YouTuber? I was approached by Russell Hantz, but outside of that, I don't know. I don't look, to be honest. So like for all I know, possibly. It's just I haven't looked. But like I do know Russell did post a comment on one of my videos a while back trying to get me to what I assume was like be part of the top 100 player thing, because like that was at the time that was being put together. But yeah, I didn't see it until afterwards, and to be honest, even if I did, I probably wouldn't have done it anyway. Why don't I respond to comments in my videos? Because I don't look at them. And to be fair, I look at some of them. Like I look at the ones like that are pretty much like immediately after the video comes out, but I don't look at the majority of them. Fuck off. There we go. Fuck off. Someone said they found my address in one of the comments. Well, that's something. Fuck off, dude. Alright, there we go. Good enough. Why don't I look in the comments? I mean, this stems from like way back where like most of the comments were negative. And I just don't fucking care. By the way, I did find it hilarious that like I haven't even bothered to clear out my notifications in a while. And like I did notice, and I finally did the other day. But like I noticed that it was like 1,380 something like notifications. It was like fuck me. Like I didn't realize it was that much. I mean that was part of it. Yeah, it was around that time though. Yeah, like I think when the winner ranking came out, 40 Survivor 40 cast assessment, all that sort of stuff. And yeah, I still see stuff here and there, but like I'm not like looking through every comment. Oh, fuck off. My armor really just broke. And like I sometimes see people like talk about me on Reddit and then Twitter sometimes.
This one is coming.
Oh my fucking god, just attack me. Okay, well not that guy. Okay, not that guy either. Alright, whatever. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait. Wait, no. There we go. There we go. Would I rather have Kayla or Sylvia as my partner? Kayla. Well, actually, I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, challenge-wise, like, for challenges, probably Kayla, but, like, to be honest, I think I would probably work better with Sylvia. And, like, Sylvia's not, like, she's fine. And, like, we saw her almost win with Joss, so I was like, oh, maybe it would be Sylvia. Oh my god, this is so fucking boring. Let me kill him. What? Okay, cool. How much focus do I think they're going to give to Marianne's is that her skin disease? Is that what that's called? I think they'll for sure talk about it. Like, I'm sure that'll be part of her, like, personal content across the season. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Where's the thing? Up there. One reality show I would do? Probably nothing at this point. I don't care. Because I was thinking about this, like, it's like, even if I were to get on Survivor or Big Brother or anything at this point, I don't think I would care enough to even try to win. Like, I don't think I would even bother, to be honest. It's like, I just don't have interest in playing the game at this point. Wow, this is a disaster. What the fuck? Yeah, that was terrible. Start True Colors? Yeah, I fucking love True Colors. Yeah, I did do like, it's not out, and I don't know, I guess actually as right now it's planned to be out on the 1 year anniversary. But yeah, I did do like a 40-hour retrospective, 40-minute retrospective on True Colors. Which yeah, I mean, as of right now, it's still my top game of the year of 2021. Again, I'm still not done yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it still ends up at number 1. Why am I even bothering? I'm a fucking idiot. I can just kill him. Why would I not care? I mean, like, I just don't have an interest anymore in playing the game.
Have I seen that man before?
Like, I think it's one of these, like, situations where it's like, I feel like if I were to actively try and fail, that would be worse to me than, like, knowing that I don't care and that, like, whatever. It's like, fuck off. Damn it. Like, I feel like it's mostly comes from a spot of, like, I feel like I would put so much pressure on myself to actually, if I were trying to win, to actually go and win, to where, like, I feel like it's just better off for me to not even actually care about winning. And again, that's why I won't be on any of these shows, because I genuinely don't care anymore. Like, I don't care to play the game. Oh, yeah. You like the first chapter more than Life is Strange 1 and 2? I think I do too. I think if I were to do a Life is Strange, like, series ranking, yeah, I think episode 1 of True Colors would be the highest of the episode ones, whatever. Actually, I didn't even need to kill them. I'm just a fucking idiot. I could have just walked past it. Yeah, we've talked about that. That Shane's son apparently commented on my video. which is the thing. Like I always find it weird, like where like I know my channel gets like a lot of those sort of comments from like supposed family members and that sort of thing. I just feel like it's kind of weird. That's the thing. Last time a super fan even won? Which show?
I thought I was beyond this.
Like, if we're talking about Survivor, like, almost every winner has been a super fan recently, hasn't it? Or, I mean, I guess, like, Tony is, like, whatever. But Erica was a super fan. Tommy was a super fan. Chris Underwood was a big fan. I don't know if, like, super fans really... But he was a big fan. I mean, to be fair, he listened to Evolution Strategy. So, I mean, I would say he's a big fan. Nick Wilson was a big fan. Probably one of the biggest fans to win. 36. Wendell was a big fan. Ben was a fan. Again, I wouldn't say super fan, but like, was a fan. And again, Wendell's also like one of these people that was applying for years. Like I think he was applying since Nicaragua, I believe. Then what? 34. Sarah was a fan, but again, not really super fan. Adam obviously was a massive fan. Michelle was a fan. Jeremy was a big fan. Again, not one of these people that was applying for years. I think he was applying. Is he one of these people that was applying since Australian Outback? But anyway, I know he was applying for years. Who else is there? Mike Holloway's a big fan. So really, Natalie Anderson's the last person to not be a fan.
Save you. Another thing coming.
Like, Natalie Anderson's one of these people that like never watched the show beforehand, and really was only on because she was obviously recruited from Amazing Race. And like, the only season she had watched was Cagayan, and she was a big fan of Tony. But yeah, then like even Tony was like a casual fan. Tyson obviously wasn't a fan when he was initially recruited on Tocantins, but obviously he was a 3-time player by that point. Cochran, obviously a big fan. Denise was a casual fan. Kim Spradlin was a casual fan. Sophie was a big fan. Boston Rob is obviously Boston Rob. Fabio, I actually don't know what Fabio's history. I know he's recruited, but like I don't know if he was like a casual fan or if he just like simply didn't know anything. But I mean, like really, I mean, like Survivor's like recent Survivor history is pretty much all.
I'll cut you down, assassin.
Is all people, all big fans winning the show, pretty much. And even Big Brother, similar thing. Like, you have Xavier, big fan. Cody's obviously a 2-time player, so it's like that's kind of a different thing. But then you have Jackson, who is like a casual fan. Then you have Casey, who is a big fan. You have Josh, who is a massive fan. You have Nicole Franzel, who is a big fan. You have Steve Moses, who's obviously a big fan. You have Derek, who is a big fan. Andy was a big fan. Ian was a big fan. So at that point, like, we're looking all the way back to, like, Rachel Riley, and, like, even she was a 2-time player, and even she was, like, a casual fan. So it's, like, Hayden is the last person that, like, knew nothing about the game, pretty much, coming in. Which is, ironically, kind of... I mean, I guess you know, but he's Natalie Anderson. But, like, again, like, if we're going back to the Fabio, like, they were both... like fighting for the same slot. Like Hayden was in Survivor casting and Fabio got the spot for Nicaragua over him. Was Jordan a fan? I think she was a casual fan. We're talking about Jordan Lloyd, right?
You cannot stop me.
Actually, I can't... whatever. We're already almost done at this point. Technically, I could have, like, used throwing knives and whatnot, but whatever. Was Adam a fan? Which Adam were we talking about? Adam Jazinski? Whatever. No, I don't believe so. I think he's one of these people that didn't know pretty much anything.
Lay down your arms, and I will make sure the end comes swiftly.
Yeah, and then Hayden still ended up on Survivor, like, 3 years later. How would Fabio do on Big Brother? I don't think particularly well on that season. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, how much does he get along with Enzo? I think that's a big piece there, because obviously, like, Enzo, like technically creates the brigade. At least like says, hey, like I mean, they're all in the room, and they was like, hey, we should be in alliance. Like the question is like, I guess also, I guess would Fabio win the first HOH? I guess that's also a thing, because I think that's a major thing too. Why Hayden was also involved there was because he was the first HOH. Yeah, I could see it being Brendan. I mean, who was second in the HOH? Oh no, that was the weird HOH where it was like the last person to cross, right, became HOH. Yeah, so that was like kind of a weird HOH anyway. But yeah, I mean, I think it's radically different without Hayden. Superfan has I think Superfan has like lost its meaning, because like I think realistically, if we're talking about Superfan in the way that like I am a Superfan, then it's probably only like Adam. In terms of recent seasons, it's probably only like Adam. I mean, I guess really ever, considering I don't feel like there were fans to this degree until more recently. But yeah, I think Adam and Nick are probably two of the biggest fans in Survivor, at least. Again, Big Brother, I think you got Ian, you got Steve, you got Andy. Again, Derek was more casual. Nicole Franzon a bit, like, I think she was like one that like watched a lot of the show, but like never watched feeds. And I think same thing with Josh.
It's over, Rodrigo.
Like Tyler was a massive fan. Like Tyler was one that had to watch feeds and everything. Casey, I think, was like a fan that like was a big fan, but like her dad was like the big super fan, and she was like kind of a fan like because of that.
If that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, Tiffany is like a genuine super fan. Like she's someone that like talked about Survivor, or talked about Big Brother on Twitter and everything.
The great and powerful assassins didn't figure it out.
Figure what out?
God.
You expect me
Oh wait,
to
he just like
I
like fucked up the audio. Whatever.
More logical location than a kingdom in a cloud, don't you think?
Again, this conversation here changed my life, so that's something. Yeah, Cliff was a big fan. I mean, we're talking about like non-winners, and there's a lot. I feel like there, like there's usually one a season
What do you think you'll do
of like actual true super
I
fans.
don't care. It's not approval I'm after.
Yeah, I did plan. I did plan on doing a video like that, where I run through every season, talking about my favorite player.
Whatever lies beyond that
It was actually on the schedule for a while, but then I took it off.
They were made for filling gods.
So I don't know. Maybe I'll make it at some point.
Expect to be all-knowing, all-powerful. You think a couple of ancient relics can harm him?
You know nothing, boy.
I'm just kind of like a bit iffy on like how to actually truly approach it, because like I feel like it's like a very different thing of like who was my favorite at the time and like who's my favorite now. Better winner Adam, essentially Adam BB9 or Adam Klein. In terms of the games they played on their individual seasons, probably Adam BB9.
Goddamn word of that ridiculous book. It's all lies and superstition. Just like every other religious tribe.
Yeah, like to me, Adam BB9 is like kind of like an upper middle tier winner, maybe middle tier, and then like Adam Klein's like a bottom middle tier. Could a challenge do another fresh meat season? I think they could. I don't know if they will. And to be fair, I think if they do, it's gonna be like War of the Worlds. It is my destiny.
It's
Mine.
my destiny. Mine.
I am the prophet.
I am the prophet.
You never were.
Never.
Again, I just like have this entire fucking section of the game memorized. It's like fuck me.
No.
I love the Dax Zen challenge. It's one of my favorite moments in the whole Survivor. Really.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's also like I feel like with modern seasons, it's like I don't care who wins. It's like Survivor 41. It's like who's my favorite player in Survivor 41? Like I really don't care. Like no one really. And I think even more so now. Like I genuinely don't care. Like I think at the time, like while the season was running, I was like, okay, well, Ricard's played the best game or whatever. But like now, like I don't even know if Ricard played the best game. Like I don't fucking like I really don't care. Like I mean, like with like 40 was like a different situation because I had such a rooting interest in Tony. But like 30, even like 39, I didn't fucking care.
It is good you have come. Let us see it. To give thanks.
What was it 38? Yeah, I mean like it's yeah. I mean like I really just don't really care that much in modern seasons. Adam better than Mickey? I don't remember. Was he? I think it's like Mickey is essentially tied with like Xavier and Casey. I just don't remember if Adam was above or below that grouping.
And Mara, and on and on. The others too. Juno.
I'm trying to look it up real quick.
Jupiter, who was before
Called Tinia. You are gods. Oh fuck! Did I miss the Who Are You? I missed the Who Are You. It's like one of my like things that like whenever I hear the word Who, like it just like instantly in my mind I think of Ezio saying Who Are You, especially now that's like such a fucking dumb like meme from Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Still not. Maybe never.
Yeah, so I had Adam below that grouping, right? Or did I have him above? Oh no, this is my original winner ranking. Actually, where the fuck is Casey on this? Casey's like really low, isn't it? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I did bump Casey up, didn't I? So I need to look at the one with BBCAN in it. Yeah, because I did bump Casey up a bit over time. Because initially I had her as like an upper bottom tier, but now she's kind of like a mid tier. Actually, no, she's still too low on this one. I would have her above Will. Yeah, because I had her. Okay, I really need to fucking update this. Have I not done a winner ranking since then? I guess I haven't. Wow. Okay. Yeah, because Casey's above Jackson. But I have Adam above. Yeah, so I have Adam above. But yeah, I didn't realize that that my winner ranking was that outdated.
Craved war. So busy were we with earthly concerns, we failed to notice the heavens. And by the time we did,
who is the better fuck? Okay. Oh, there. Oh, you posted again. Who's a better player, Nicole Franzel or Nicole? I think Nicole Franzel. It's not even close. Like Nicole Franzel or Nicole from SA, like it's not even close.
And so we did. Few were our numbers.
Like, I think Nicole Franzel is a borderline top 10 player of Big Brother US, while Nicole Wilmans is, like, one of the worst players to win, like, a season of Survivor. Like, it's not close. Have you considered reviewing WWE Premium? No, I've never watched wrestling in my entire life. I get if I had more time on my hands, like, it's something I wouldn't be opposed to, like, giving a shot, but like I just again don't have time at this point. Do I have glasses? Yes, I do. And I haven't worn contacts in forever. I used to have contacts and stuff. I just don't bother anymore.
It worked to protect us, to save us from the fire. If you can find
yeah, I did see Nicole post about how she's done with reality TV essentially. Why did I move Mickey down? Because he relied so much on competitions. That a lot of it, like, the thing is, like, he does technically have power throughout a lot of the back portion of the game, but it's also, obviously, like, reliant on competition. Essentially, him and Holly winning a bevy of competitions, to where, like, he's only vulnerable in the end game, like, once, right? Like, it's only during the final, like, essentially during the double eviction.
The rest is up to you.
What? Who is Desmond? I don't understand.
Yeah, 2014 is an insane
So
year
many questions.
for reality television. Especially when, like, now, like, yeah, even at the time, it's like, okay, we got Kagi on, Sam Walter, just in the sphere of Survivor, it was pretty strong. But yeah, like even now looking beyond that, it is a really great year. Like even BB16, it's like even though it's not again it's BB16, like it's still not a bad season. And like at the time, I had a lot of fun with it. Like, well, I don't know, it's weird because like I feel like I was low on it at the time, but I probably had more fun with it than what I would now. Even though I'm probably higher on it as a whole now. I don't know. When was the double on BB21? Yeah, it was the Christie boot. It was when Nicole won HOH and Cliff won Veto. And they could have taken Jackson out there.
All right, Sean, I need you and Rebecca
Which,
to get everything in here packed up.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think the issue is having both Jackson and Holly in the game.
Let's go.
Like, to be honest, I don't think it was the best move for Cliff in particular to get rid of Jackson. Really, at almost any point in the game. Because, like, at the end of the day, like, Cliff wins the game if he gets to the end.
So, what's the plan? We ditch this place and then...
So it's like... And Jackson was, like, one of the few people... Again, obviously Nicole would have taken him to the end, but Jackson was the next most likely to take Cliff to the end. Like, no one else was going to take Cliff to the end. So, like, I think realistically... Like, people say that, oh, they should have gotten rid of Jackson there. I think they should have gotten rid of Holly.
This is an unexpected.
Like, I think that would have been the optimal move for Cliff.
And here I thought I'd have to waste more men on.
But it's also like he would have to convince Nicole to do it, which I don't know if Nicole would have done it at that short of a heads up and everything. So it's like, I don't know.
There's still so much work for us
I feel very confident. Like I think Cliff beats everybody, but like Jackson is the one that I think you can debate. But I think he for sure beats Nicole.
Do you remember? And this is how you repay me?
You saved me so you could keep experimenting on people, destroying their lives. And for what?
If they get rid of Holly, then Mickey would have went to the end with Tommy and Chrissy. I don't think he would have. Not Chrissy, at least. I think you can debate Tommy, but like I also think he would recognize that he can't beat Tommy at the end. Where like I think he would have a better chance against Nicole and Cliff. Because at that point you're essentially forcing him to take you to the end. Because like he has no one he has no one else. Better player, Hayden Moss or Ashley Hayden? I mean, probably Hayden Moss. I'll be honest, like, I don't think Ashley Hayden's like the greatest player in the world. I think she just played a really strong game on her season, but again, like, it's a season that she was like against celebrities that just didn't give a shit about the game. So it's like she's the only person like actively playing, and it's also like a very old format that she was playing in. So I think like as a whole, it's like kind of a tough it's tough to assess her as like a genuine player. But I think the game she played was pretty strong. But even then, it's not like without holes either. Am I doing casting Survivor War of the Worlds? I have it like as a video idea. I just don't know when to actually do it. Oh my god, there we go. Mickey wins Final 5 HOH would nominate Cliff and Nicole. I think he would have nominated Christy and Nicole. Probably. Or Cliff. I mean, it matters how upset he is at Cliff for getting rid of Holly. But I think I think he would have for sure targeted Chrissy. I think you're forgetting how much he hated Chrissy. To where, like, by the time of the final 5, where there's no real use of using Chrissy as a shield or anything, like, he's getting rid of Chrissy.
You'll have your turn, Desmond. Warren's gonna get what he deserves.
Which is better, SA Santa Carolina, Celebrity Brother 3? I would say Santa Carolina.
There's a cabin up north.
But,
we should be safe there. At least for a little while.
Like, my opinion of Santa Carolina has gone down over time, but it's also, like, one of the seasons that it's been the longest since I've actually watched in full. But, like, at least Santa Carolina has, like, a really crazy post-merge. And, like, the pre-merge is dreadful. Like, it's fucking boring. But, like, at least the post-merge is really interesting.
The Templars aren't our biggest threat. Not by a lot.
Or Tommy rank if he won, pretty high.
What's it gonna do?
Like, probably bottom, top tier, probably.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, like, it matters how he won because, like, his end game would have been pretty poor, right? But again, like, a lot of his end game is poor because Jackson and Holly continuously won competitions.
Theoretical, but if it happens,
Where it's like he technically was the best positioned in the house, but because Holly and Mickey won competitions over and over and over again, he lost his numbers until he was like the last person standing. But it's also impressive that he was the last person standing. I've debated this. Like, I think I might have had Tommy as the best player BB21.
We're fucked.
By the way, why am I watching this? Like, I don't fucking need to watch this. We're moving on to Brotherhood. Like, it's not like I'm actually, like, waiting for anything in particular. So we're starting Brotherhood. Might as well change the category while we're at it. By the way, I forgot, did I talk about my plans for next stream? So, again, next stream will be after the Survivor premiere. Again, still, it is looking like I'm probably going to be busy immediately beforehand. So, before the actual premiere itself. So, like, I might miss a bit of it, but I still plan on being live, after it. And, I'm thinking, like, normally with the premieres and finales, like, or at least what I did for 41 is that I, like, streamed something else, that isn't, like, just the game I've been playing recently. I think I might do Horizon Forbidden West side content next stream. Mainly because I want to, because, like, I still want to platinum the game. And there's also, like, a lot, like, even though I've done every, like, side quest, errand, I've obviously done the entire main story, I've done all the tall necks, the cauldrons, like, I've done quite a bit of what the game has to offer. But, like, even despite that, like, there's still a lot I haven't done. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably what I'll do with the next stream.
I don't think anyone ever expects to wake up one morning and find themselves
We'll probably do Horizon side content. My one reservation to that is that,
but here I am.
like, there's some spoilers. Like, I mean, there's some spoilery things that can happen with that, but I'll probably still,
You're in the business of control.
still do it.
Technology. They won't stop.
Like, anyone that's, like, adverse to, like, any semblance of spoilers for, like, the end game, again, like, you're not gonna, like, hear any, like, plot details, but there's definitely some, like, game mechanics that can be spoiled, but, again, I'm still probably gonna do it. What if Survivor Philippines was All-Stars 3? I mean, I think the problem is that why would it be All-Stars 3?
Discovering entire lives locked deep inside my DNA.
I mean, like, really the main thing I'm talking about is that there's a certain, like, it's not any, like, it's not any direct story correlation, but there's a certain story moment that unlocks a gameplay mechanic that, again, by doing open world stuff in Horizon, you will see that gameplay mechanic. Like, that's essentially what I'm talking about. But either way, worst villain in Assassin's Creed.
Things were at their worst. She revealed.
We're talking about, like, main antagonists.
I was hoping that would be the end of my misadventures.
I mean, there's, like, a lot, right? Who was the main antagonist in Valhalla's main antagonist? It was Bassam, I guess, right? Actually, I don't know, it's just fucking weird. Yeah, Survivor 30, well, if Survivor 30 was an All-Star season, the problem with that is that 31 was an All-Star season. That's what Survivor 30 would have been.
They found us. They crashed our
yeah, would I do a year of reality TV videos for past years? Yes, I've already thought about that.
My name is Desmond Miles, and this is my story.
Like, I did think about going backwards in time, doing that. With my favorite Big Brother player of all time, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess I would say Dan, but, like, I don't really have a super solid answer. Like, I'll do, like, Survivor, I have a solid answer, and Tony. But, like, I don't know if I have one for Big Brother. But, like, I think Dan is, like, the closest where, like, it combines gameplay and, like, character. Thoughts on Joey and Megan? I liked them at the time. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They were like my rooting interest on 22. Would I do like challenge casting no winners? I would, but like I don't know when I'm getting around to doing challenge casting videos. But that would definitely be a possibility of one of them. But yeah, I don't think that's what they're going to do for 38 though, unless it's like accidental that they do that. Like I don't think they're actively trying to do that theme for 38. Thoughts on BJ and Tyler? I think they're a fun team. Like I know people call them or don't like them for being like hams and whatnot, but I thought they were fun TV. Was 2014, 2018 a better year? I mean, like 2014 is the year that I think of because like it has my all-time favorite Survivor season, and then like also has like a lot of other great seasons of other things. Like debatably my favorite challenge season. Has like a solid Amazing Race season. Has actually, isn't that the year the Genius ended? When did the Genius end? Or is that 2015? But either way, I mean, that means that there were seasons in 2014. Actually, I think it was only Black Garnet, wasn't it? I think it was Black Garnet in 2014. Yeah, it was only Black Garnet. But either way. It's been 7 years since the Genius ended. That's insane to me. Wow. Who's the best Survivor Big Brother duo? And best in terms of gameplay, or... like... I think it's hard to beat Derek and Cody if we're talking about gameplay. Like, where we have both members that are winners, both members that have two of the most dominant wins in the history of the show. Again, if we're talking about character-wise, then, like, obviously it's not Derek and Cody. But, like, I think when it comes to gameplay, like, I think it's tough to, like, pick another one that, that's better than them. Do I think the free agent... I mean, yeah, the free agent... The problem with Brotherhood 30 is that they took the free agents format and then, like, did everything wrong. Like, they changed it in, like, all the wrong ways. Like, where Dirty 30 essentially turns the, like, wild card element from a system that helps the minority to a system that hurts the minority. Like, it turns it from, like, the wild card is, like, whoever picks it goes into elimination. That makes it much more likely that someone in the majority is going to go into elimination because it's just a random choice. But with Dirty 30, they change it to the person that gets the kill card or whatever, gets to pick who goes into elimination. Which essentially makes it so that the majority has the power, like, has the odds to obviously get the, to get the kill card. And then they also get to pick who goes into elimination. So it's like they completely ruined the format by doing that. Yeah, best overall gameplay across seasons and likelihood of playing well together again. I think it's like debate, like playing well together again. Like I think the problem is threat level, because like obviously Derek and Cody, if they were to come back onto a season, they would have a massive target on their back. But if we're talking about like any season where like people didn't know who they were, like I would probably still have faith in Derek and Cody. If Glass House is a Big Brother season, where would I rank on my Big Brother ranking? I mean, it'd still be pretty low. It'd probably be like around where like a BB9 is, where it's like it's something that like I have some reverence for. I do really like it, but at the end of the day, it's still like not as good as other seasons. If Rob and Nicole were the final two of SA7, are they the strongest final two in Survivor history? Maybe? I forgot, we talked about this before, right? We're like, Survivor US, who's the strongest final two? It's like, it's JT and Steven, right?
Did Rodrigo manage to hurt?
So it's like, are Rob and Nicole better than JT and Steven? Maybe? I don't know. I was actually thinking about this not too long ago, though. That is it possible? Like, I was wondering, like, is it possible to play a perfect game of Survivor anymore? And like, too, for a perfect is like obviously like there are question marks to that because like there really is no obviously perfect Survivor game, though I think like Keith Spradlin comes very close to it. But like, can someone like, is it even possible to play a game on that level anymore? Where like, even though we've had like 2 very top tier winners in my eyes, or I guess beyond that, like if we're adding international, but like we had like Tony and Winners at War, we had Tommy, who both played incredible games, but both of them also like still have holes in their games. Mind you, both of their holes come from either advantages in the game or like random twists that were thrown in. Like with Tony, it was like Edge of Extinction that kind of harms his game at the final 6, but then like also he's able to recover from it anyway. And then you have Tommy being screwed over by like a billion other things. You got like Dan ejection, you have the tribe swap, and like Elaine getting the advantage. You have the split tribal and all that stuff that again he still recovers from, but still it's like still like shows some holes in his game, like points where he wasn't in power. It's like, is there like can a player actually completely dominate a season of the show anymore? In the sense that there's never even a point where they're not in power. Like I do wonder if that's even a possibility anymore. Because like even going back to like if we're talking about Rob Bentley and David, like there's both big holes for them. David is again like he's on his initial swap, or right before the swap, he's already on the outs. Like his original group was going to vote him out if they ever go to tribal again, but they don't. He's also like not in the majority initially on his swap tribe. You have him being blindsided by the Zach vote. It's like he's not like in full control the entire time. You have Rob Bentley, who again comes very close, but also at the final 5 round, he's kind of at the whim of Nicole. Where if it wasn't for Nicole changing her mind at the last second, like he's in a lot of danger in that round. And if he doesn't win immunity, I think he like there's some argument to say that he would still go home in that situation. So it's like I think it's like very tough to think like when was the last time we had like a near perfect game of Survivor? And to be fair, I mean like it's just rarely happened just in general, but like I feel like everyone since Kim Spradlin, I mean maybe Cochran, I guess, to where like I'm talking about like a game that doesn't have a glaring point where this person is not in control of the game or not in the numbers of the game, or like not within the majority, I guess.
Only do so quickly. Give it to me. You can do with it.
What I call Big Brother guilty pleasure show, kind of. I mean, the thing is though, is like I don't enjoy the show of Big Brother. Like I like the game of Big Brother and I like the live feed element of it. I don't like the show. And the same thing goes for BBCAN as well. I think the shows are fucking terrible. Like I think they're like I guess they're guilty pleasures to a degree, just because they're based around the game that I do enjoy. But yeah, like I don't actually like the show that much. Yeah, if you count for the twist, yes. Like if you, I mean, if we're like talking about again, like Tony. Again, gets taken out of the majority because of a twist and recovers from it. Like, we're not including the fact that he was outside. Like, I mean, to be fair, he was never outside of the majority, but like was in danger, I should say, because of the twist.
And then Minerva talked about the sun.
But like, if we're not including those sort of things, then obviously there are like again 2 recent examples, and again, David and Rob are also very close. But
then we need not worry about it.
like I just think it's like when was the last time a player was like in the know of every single vote from beginning to end, and was always like not, I mean, like essentially was never in danger throughout the entire season, no matter what the context was behind them actually being in danger. I think it's been a while.
We only installed them a few days ago. My men are still.
I guess Sarah Lucina was kind of like in a similar position. Like, because, like, where was Sarah Lucina ever going home? I mean, I guess Advantage Geddon, right? Where she technically gets the majority of the votes there. Again, I think it's a situation where, like, if she didn't have the legacy advantage, I think she wouldn't have pushed for a split vote, but still. At least had half the votes on her. Do I do a host ranking? I don't know. I don't know how interested I really... Like, I don't know how much I have to really, really talk about a host ranking. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to doing the video at some point, but... Especially, like, it would have to be, like, a cross-reality television. Like, there just simply isn't enough to do, like, oh, Big Brother host and Survivor host and that sort of thing. It's like, I guess Survivor, maybe there's a bit more because we can add in, like, UK, and we can add in, like, Mark, the first host of SA and whatnot, but, and, like, we add in old, Australian Survivor ones, but...
It's good to be home. How is mother?
Yeah, as a whole,
I heard you
I don't know how,
to see it with my own
into
eyes.
that video idea would
Contessa
really,
of
really
Forley is
be.
here to welcome you. I had no idea you
Oh, yeah, we've talked about this a billion times. Yeah, Sarissa is better than Julie Chen.
Here?
Is it finished then?
The Suri win game changers of all the advantages in our fight? No.
Gather the others in Mario's study tonight.
Suri is the person that, like, she wins if she gets to the end, but I don't think she's getting to the end.
They will have many questions.
Claudia, tell the Contessa.
Like, essentially, let's say if there were no advantages played, I'm too fair, they would have probably gone to rocks, to which they would have had worse odds, right? If there were no advantages played, and, like, no advantages in the game. Basically, I think at that point, I don't think Sarah would split the vote. And then it would be a 3-3 tie, a tie between, probably Aubrey and... Oh, I'm an idiot. Probably a tie between Aubrey and Sarah. I don't know, what could Suri have done? I mean, she would have to manipulate Ty and Aubrey to take her to the end, which I don't think they were doing. I think she would have probably been cut at 4, probably. Essentially, like, I think if they were able to get Sarah out at 6, I think they would have taken out... Well, actually, no, Brad wins out, though, doesn't he? So I think that's also a thing to factor in. But, like, I think they would have tried to vote out Brad if they ever had the chance. And then I think Aubrey and Ty probably would have cut her for Troyzan.
Back there, I may have given you the wrong impression. Oh? I have no husband.
But, I mean, Brad wins out, so I think that makes it even less likely. Like, I think there's no way Suri's getting to the end if Brad wins out.
If you are willing to help me again, I need someone with class to accompany me.
Better winner, Kim or Cody? Kim.
I could tell the moment
I think Kim plays the most perfect game of reality television ever.
I'm certain Ezio Auditore himself.
Like, it is as close to perfect as you can expect a human being to do. Like, the only, like, the true flaws in Kim Spradlin's game is her management of Leaf and Troyzan, which at the end of the day doesn't matter. But, like, those are really the only, like, actual holes, particularly like Leaf. Because, like, Leaf is, like, the only person that she's openly talked about how she just could not bond with Leaf. That, like, for some reason that her and Leaf just did not click. And, like, that's a genuine hole there. But she was never in a position where she was going home. Like, there was never a point in the game where you could actually get Kim Spradlin out, because there were never the numbers to do so. Like, the only possible way is if Troyzan was somehow able to actually get people on his side to vote for Kim, and he was able to idle her out of the game. But even then, Jay didn't believe him, to where Jay wasn't voting alongside him. Obviously, he couldn't get Tarzan, so it's like, I mean... no, I've thought it was... Winners at War improved my opinion on Kim Spradlin's overall game ability. Because, again, we saw One World, a game where she's on the top the entire time. And, like, when I talk about, like, top players of all time, the thing that I need to see is how they play from the bottom. And we saw Kim Spradlin play from the bottom, and she played very well to the point where she was almost able to flip the entire game. And it came very close to putting herself in a winning position. Where, had Tony not done the Sophie move and completely flipped the power structure, it's like, she's in a decent spot there to be able to ride through a few more rounds. She probably could win the last few immunities, probably wins the game if she gets to the end, especially if it's not against, like, a Sophie or probably anyone but a Sophie at that point, if she's able to get Tony out. It's like, I think she played pretty well from the bottom there, to where, like, it's more so solidifies. Like, if Tony had not won Winners at War, I would probably have Kim Spradlin as the #1 player of all time.
Who mounted them is nowhere to be found. Then it is up to me to find him.
We do not want to waste your time.
But because Tony did win, not he's #1.
I have all the time in the world now.
I mean, I think Kim Spradlin is talked about as one of the greats within the superfan community. And, like, even on Winners at War, she did have a target on her back because, like, a lot of the superfans knew how good she was.
Leave me be.
Is Sarah one if she wins by actively undercutting Tony? Possibly.
You know what time it is.
I think the one negative for her would be, like, how poorly she played the merge on Kageon. And I think overall also, like, she has, like... I think she is lacking a bit of... like, I don't know if killer instinct's really the right term, but, like, I think the fact that she was never willing to cut Tony, who, again, was, like, and to be fair, this is a situation where we're saying that she is willing to cut Tony. But in real life, like, she was never willing to cut Tony. Despite the fact that it's very clear that Tony was more likely to win the game over her. And mind you, you could say that, like, part of that's also due to the outside game relationship, but I think if she is able to build, like, that strong of a bond with someone, and I feel like she also played a similar way in her first season as well, to where I feel like if she found that sort of person, she would have done the similar thing there. Obviously in Game Changer she plays a lot differently, but I do think there's something a bit lacking with Sarah, to where I would always hesitate to put her number one.
They were not ready for firing. You could have gotten us all killed. Let me see.
Sarah cutting Tony is like Cody cutting Derek. I don't fully agree. Because the thing is, like, Sarah, because, like, I mean, I guess to a degree. I think it matters, like, how much you actually believe that there was, like, an alternative win. Yeah, I mean, I guess actually, yeah, I guess it is relatively close comparison there. Would Sarah cut Tony if they played again? Possibly. I think now that Tony has this, like, prestige of being a two-time winner and whatnot, but I think they would work together on the offset, though. But I think if it was, like, if they get towards the end game, I think yeah, she would probably consider taking him out there. Suri won Game Changers, would I consider to Ghost Survivor? Probably not, really. Because, like, I don't think her Game Changers game is that good. If we're being honest. Yeah, she obviously played great on Micronesia. Panama is a really strong game. Heroes of Villains is, like, good for what it is, where, like, considering she's such an early boot, she is, again, very good. But, like, I think Game Changers is, like, debatably her worst game to me. Where it's like, she is, like, from what I understand, she is probably the person that goes home if they ever go to Tribal, the original tribe. They just don't. And, like, she doesn't go to Tribal until the merge. And I think that's a lot of the things saving Suri in the early game of Game Changers. Like, she gets to the merge, and, like, at that point, she's, like, kind of part of, like, that group with, obviously, like, Andrea and Michaela and whatnot. And she does, like, good work here and there. But, like, again, like, it is Sarah that is, like, flipping back and forth between the sides. And it's kind of, like, outplaying Suri throughout the game. You have her, like, trying to steal Sarah's vote steal, which is just kind of a bad move. Like, even if she had been allowed to utilize it, like, she's just completely burning her relationship with Sarah. In that situation by using Sarah's advantage without her knowledge. Like, it's just kind of asinine there. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think Suri had that big of a target on her in Game Changers. Certainly not to the level of, like, Malcolm and Tony and Sandra. Like, her target wasn't that big. In Game Changers. Like, her target was definitely a lot bigger in Heroes vs. Villains than it was in Game Changers.
Do not spend as much time in battle as your Uncle Mario.
My battles have already...
Oh, if we're talking about just in general, like, I think now Suri... Like, I think Suri coming into most seasons would probably have a big target on her back, but again, I think Game Changers was actually, like, not a terrible cast. Well, at least not a terrible position for her to be in from a, like, in terms of her being a target due to her past reputation. I think more so, like, she was a target because she was on a tribe with people who she had bad relationships with beforehand. but not really because of like her reputation as a player. But again, she was on the tribe with Ozzy, who she blindsided Micronesia. She was on the tribe with JT, who blindsided her. And here's just villains.
Buongiorno, Ezio.
It's like it's just not a good opening tribe for her.
The pleasure of your presence here.
I desire an allegiance.
When I release the other year in reality TV videos, again, I haven't even made them, and I don't think I will for the foreseeable future. Just because again, the schedule's pretty much filled until the end of the year. At this point, actually, I'm looking at it now. The schedule's literally filled until January 25th, 2023. And like even beyond that, there are some videos like listed already beyond that. So it's like more than likely, not for a very long time. But I would like to do them. Do a video ranking the Game of the Year winners. Yeah, we've talked about that. The problem is that I don't like a lot of the Game of the Year winners. If we're talking about from like obviously we're talking about Game Awards, like I'm thinking like would I go beyond that to Spike? But even then, like it's still yeah, it's like what we got: Madden 2004, got San Andreas, Resident Evil 4, Oblivion. I mean, like again, never played Madden 2004. San Andreas I played a little bit of. It's fine, but it's not like the GTA game I played the most. Resident Evil 4 is really good. I loved it at the time. I haven't played it in years, even though I owned the fucking PS4 version. Just haven't played it in a while. Oblivion, did not like the little that I played of it. BioShock I love, but haven't played it in forever. GTA 4, played very little of it. Uncharted 2, I love, obviously. Red Dead 1, I really like, but I've only played it once on my own. So it's like, it's just kind of a weird one. Skyrim, never personally liked. I obviously love Walking Dead, Telltale. GTA 5's good, but it's like, I don't know. Like, it's good. And then, where's Game Awards?
We can speak of vaults and gods and ancient places. You should have killed him.
There we go. Dragon Age Inquisition, Witcher 3 I love. Overwatch, never played. Breath of the Wild, never played, but I don't expect to like it. God of War, obviously fantastic. Sekiro, never played. Last of Us Part 2, obviously I love. It Takes Two, fine. So, Madden 04 is known as the best Madden game. I'm sure it is. But I have no interest in playing it. Post game changes should be like Blood vs. Water Sandra every time, probably. Like to be honest, I think Game Changers like really, like Game Changers probably harmed her overall game, like her overall reputation in terms of on a return. Where like, again, to me it wasn't that strong of a game, but like I think the people look at it as oh Shri would have won if it wasn't for Advantage Geddon. And I think, yeah, that probably does harm her. How'd Overwatch win a Game Award? I mean, like, I get it. That's not what I would have gone for, especially when Uncharted 4 was nominated that year. I really, like, against Overwatch, Doom, Inside, Titanfall 2, Uncharted 4. It's like, yeah, I've never been a big Doom I don't like Doom. But, again, I love Inside. Great 2D puzzle platformer. Titanfall 2 is probably the best first-person shooter of the last generation, especially from a campaign standpoint. And then Uncharted 4 is obviously Uncharted 4. So, yeah, I obviously disagree with the decision there. But, like, I mean, I get it. It's just that's not what I would have gone for. Yeah, at the time, yeah, Overwatch was really massive. I don't know how it is now, though. I love how I'm talking over a sex scene by talking about Overwatch. Am I 2 hours into stream? I didn't realize I was 2 hours in already. But, yeah. Again, still working on the, well, I mean, obviously, now I guess I'm focused on the Horizon video, but after that, I still need to do the 2020 1 year in gaming, so I need to do that. And Fortnite's kind of a weird one because, like, wasn't Fortnite like in beta for a really long time? Like, I think it's like a game that like its official release was kind of like a weird thing with the Game Awards of like when do they actually consider it?
What's that?
Probably just training.
Then like I don't think Warzone was just ever really considered. Overwatch kind of died, but Overwatch 2 is on its way. Yeah, that's why.
I have to find Mario and rally the troops.
My men are in the courtyard. I aim to lead them.
Casey recommended the most boring-looking person for the challenge. Who is it? And this is a great intro after this one. By the way, so we are playing Brotherhood, which, when I get around to doing the spoiler review for Horizon Forbidden West, I'm going to make a lot of comparisons to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood in that, because essentially, I think Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is the last game that I played that gave me a similar vibe in terms of how it approaches being a sequel to Horizon Forbidden West. Where it's like, Forbidden West is like one of the few games that doesn't hold your hand narratively, where like essentially it doesn't care that like if you've like essentially you need to have played the first game, and you need to even beyond that have done side content and like had like read data points to like fully grasp the story of Forbidden West, which is something that this game does a similar thing to, which. Again, most games nowadays, sequels, they try to essentially start anew so that like new players can also play it without having played the first game. Well, like Forbidden West doesn't really care, and this game obviously doesn't either. I mean, I don't think you can gauge just from looking at a picture how boring it's gonna be. Overwatch your favorite FPS you ever played? Yeah, I haven't played many online FPSs. Like at this point, I played like a decent amount of like single player ones, but like I played a little bit of Call of Duty, but like I'm not like a big Call of Duty person. But like I really just haven't played much online first-person games. Okay. Okay, well that's perfect. I forgot, they don't let you leave, right? Like it's a in-game thing? Oh, fuck off, I missed that. I might actually fail this. This is really sad. I remember when I first played this game, though, I hated this section so much. That's another thing, like, I'm really debating on how in-depth to go into my Horizon Forbidden West review. Where, like I kind of... Like, what I think I'm gonna, like, end up doing is I'm probably gonna do what I did for The Last of Us Part 2, where, like, my spoiler review is gonna be a bit more rambly. Like, I'm probably gonna just, like, talk about my opinion of the game. Like, talk it through, like, kind of more general things first, and then kind of, like, run through story a bit, but, like, not really do it in, like, a scripted way, like I do with, like, the actual retrospectives. But then, like, a year later, maybe, like, do an actual full-blown retrospective of it. Because, like, realistically, I think I could talk, like, at least, like, around an hour for for Horizon Forbidden West. Like, in a similar way that I did with Last of Us Part 2. But I think with this first video, I'm probably going to, oh, fuck up. I mean, I think the question is, like, how... Like, I'm obviously going to talk about like, I'm going to go through the entire game, talk about my opinions on things. The thing is, like, how in-depth in terms of, like, do I go scene by scene? like The Last of Us Part 2, for my game retrospective, I literally went scene by scene through the game. And I think I'm going to do that for Forbidden West at some point, but I just don't think this is the time to do it. Mainly also because like I don't have the time to do that either. And I feel like for that I would need to like actually properly write a script and everything. And actually something I think I haven't actually looked at the schedule to see if I can do this next year. But I think if I can, I might actually try to do this in that I think we're going to try to do a full-blown retrospective for both Horizon games. Like Forbidden West probably out at the 1-year anniversary, and then Zero Dawn right beforehand. But we'll see. And like obviously I've already done a Zero Dawn video, but I rewatched it recently, and I do feel like I really like rushed through it. It's like only 15 minutes. I really feel like I could go a lot more in depth there. So like I think I want to redo both of those. And like I'm going to be redoing my Last of Us 1 video also next year. So like I kind of want to like redo those. And like there's certain other ones I'd like to redo at some point too down the road, but yeah, like, I feel like I probably will. Like if I'm going to do a Forbidden West one, then like I might as well just do Zero Dawn all in the same shot. I think it's more likely that we get CT for 38 since there's a massive break in filming. I mean, there's a chance, but like, I don't really want it if I'm being honest. Like, I'm kind of fine without CT. I mean, he literally just won 2 seasons in a row. It's like, I feel like we're good. And like, he won 3 of the last 4 seasons. Like, I'm fine with him taking a break. If I feel this again, this is going to be really pathetic. Okay, we got it. Whatever. Did I meet a Survivor player? I have. And like, I went to high school with the sibling of a Survivor player. But... And actually, I actually went to school with them technically. It's just that, like, I didn't know them at all. And like, I think it was a situation where, like, I think I was a sophomore when they were a senior or something. Stuff like that. But I was in the same grade as, like, their sister. Who was it? I'm not going to say because that would pretty much dox myself. I just like fucking killed him through the fucking thing. There we go. It won't happen, but they should use this break for a massive franchise rehaul. Yeah, they should. The problem is that they're not, and it's actually really not that big of a break, because in reality, the reason why there is this big of a break is because they're filming all these other shows. Because they're, they filmed All-Stars 3. Like, so since Spies, Lies, and Allies, they filmed All-Stars 3, they filmed, now War of the Worlds, obviously. So it's like, they're gonna film, 4 different series of the challenge, and then also, War of the Worlds. So, like, that's why they're spending so much time. It's not because they're, like, taking a break to actually reevaluate things. They're taking a break because they're doing a whole bunch of other shit. They're filming soon, right? If not now? I don't remember. I know they're filming in March. But again, that's why, like, not Spies, 38 was supposed to film now, but then they delayed it because they have all these other shows they're filming right now.
Basta! I can walk. Look out! They are coming! Everyone, retreat to the villa!
What season is the player on? I feel like that'll be too much information also. I mean, the reason I'm not answering is because, like, this person, like, it was from the city that I'm from. Like, it's like, yeah, I'm not. Oh, I'm the city I still live in.
This trash is dead. This should be amusing.
I mean, it's kind of a complicated situation in terms of what they place. And again, explaining why would also pretty much outright tell you who it is. No, it's not because of that. It's not because of Edge or anything like that. I don't think anyone would actually know who it is based on what I just said, because like actually, like, because I'm hiding a big part of it that like would make it a bit more obvious. It's not from a super recent season.
I will hold them back. Stop! Wait for us!
We thought you had been killed, Sir Ezio.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
I am surprised it exists. Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Hurry, Ezio!
Where's Mother? Is she all right?
I am here, Ezio.
Grazie a Dio.
Yeah, I don't think they started filming just yet, from what I
The
understand.
way out will be dangerous.
But I did also see that there's like a challenge. What was it? Challenge workout thing they're doing for some reason. That's obviously something that everyone is like dying for.
Where is Mario? I thought he
Yeah, I
was
don't know what Gamer's doing.
The Borgia infantry are circling the town.
Mario is dead.
Where again, like this very much reminds me of like the Real Vegas for Sure stuff. Also with the was it Spoiler King is I think what they're calling themselves on Twitter with the Big Brother spoilers. Like it's very Real Vegas for Sure of them like trying to pretend like, oh, I'm doing it for the good of the people. It's like really like you're doing it because you want to get like attention and everything. Well, whatever. Yeah, like a Gamer talking about how she doesn't want to, or he doesn't want to release these casts because he doesn't want to give them any more promotion or whatever. And it's like, I'm pretty sure you will. Yeah, there's also a book on like how to win the challenge, right? Which wasn't that what caused like the controversy with like Hunter? He like Gamer was like upset Hunter was in the book or whatever.
Lucy, I can't seem to get a position on Ezio's POE.
POE? Could one of you tell me what's going on?
Sorry, Desmond. Peace of Eden. In the Vatican, Minerva talked about other temples, that they're the key to preventing whatever terrible thing is about to happen to the Earth.
Right.
Why isn't Pink Rose use Twitter?
To find the temples, I'm convinced we need to get
I'm
our
not
hands
sure.
on Ezio's Apple of Eden. Minerva
From limited time, you can see on feeds who I think is playing the best. Again, I have Gino at number one on my power ranking.
It turns out the temple.
Mind you, that was from a few days ago, but I would still probably have him at number one. Like that was the I made that power ranking on I think it was Friday morning.
trying something else.
It's like the morning after the eviction. But yeah, I would still see Gino as number 1.
Maybe.
Exactly, maybe.
I believe you experienced something
Then like Kyle's 2, I think.
Subject 15 exhibited memory within
And then I don't
memory-like
remember the
patterns,
rest.
but she was pregnant.
I watched Batman? Yeah, I hear it's good.
Father and mother were competing.
I haven't gotten around to it. I just don't know when I will, considering I still haven't watched like Spider-Man No Way Home or anything like that. But
Can you skip ahead to a later memory?
No, it doesn't work.
still, hopefully
Well,
eventually
that
I'll
sounds
watch it.
familiar. We couldn't access Altair's later memories until Desmond had improved his synchronization.
I have Moose at 3, so I think that really shows you. Yeah, I have Moose at 3, Josh 4, Tanisha 5,
Rebecca's just not a very good engineer.
Thanks, asshole.
Herman
I'm simply
6,
listing possible
Marty
explanations.
7, which I think is probably
That
too
is
high.
amongst the most likely.
Stephanie 8, which is also too high.
This place isn't secure.
JC Lynn 9, which I think is also too high. Helena 10.
Are you kidding?
Summer 11, that's probably too low.
Waves go through everything above ground.
Kevin 12.
They're gonna find us.
Betty
No, they
13,
aren't.
Jay 14, Jess 15. Again, that was as of Friday morning. Watch both. Think Spider-Man is better, but I'm biased because I don't really care for DC. Yeah. I'm like, I've been a bigger like DC comic fan
What's our next move?
than Marvel comics. But yeah, in terms of movies,
Not a good
yeah.
place for us to be right now.
Do we have any tarps? We need to cover
I
up
mean, like,
the
I
base.
would not be surprised if Redmond is the one that actually ends up leaking the challenge cast, the
Well,
challenge
help us
CBS
then,
cast.
Sean. Do you have any ideas?
I don't know. Maybe there's another way into the sanctuary.
Hey.
Yeah, would I want Redmond to give out exact spoilers for Survivor? Probably not. Again, like, I think at that point, it's a bit too credible. And I feel like it'll be, I feel like there'll be a lot more dicks that spread it around and tell everyone.
Desmond, that was pretty awesome.
I mean, Redmond clearly has a source at CBS.
We'll just wait up here then, shall we? Yeah, all alone.
So, like, I mean, I think he'll know. I would be very surprised if Redmond does not know the cast. Or, like, would not have a way of figuring out the cast if he really wanted to.
It's great to be out of the Animus.
This isn't exactly my idea of a good time.
Well, let me guess. You're more the in-bed...
Yeah, I would definitely have Helena
What?
higher
Desmond.
at this point.
I know how to have fun.
Oh, that's very convincing. Yeah, I'm convinced.
Yeah, I'm assuming Gamer and...
After we save the world, I'll
I think their source is
Wait, can I
probably
get that
someone at MTV, if I were to
We have
guess. Especially because they get information not only on the challenge, but also like X on the Beach and that sort of thing. And like on All-Star Shore and stuff like that. So like, I would expect him to be MTV. I mean, that's the thing about Redmond with the SA stuff. Like, he's not as secure on the SA stuff. Like, his, like, the way he talked about it, like, he didn't seem like as sure as he would with
Escape through
Survivor.
here.
What?
Ezio and the villagers. After the attack, I can see...
But like, yeah, I think his
I
source...
know it's difficult, but try to
So it's like,
compartmentalize.
could it be
Desmond.
Mike
Focus on the
Bloom?
present.
What if I can't stop
Like Mike
the
Bloom
visions?
or Shan
How
Gus?
long before I start painting symbols on the walls?
I think Mike
Don't
Bloom's
joke
probably
about
more
that.
likely of the two.
16
But
is dead.
that wouldn't
Focusing
surprise
on the
me.
present, okay?
Because like they clearly know the cast. I mean, to be fair, Shan Gus even confirmed on like that she knows the cast. But like again, like they clearly were like they're in the consulting team essentially for SA. Which, by the way, I will say I would not be surprised if that's the reason Killarney is on the cast, is through the recommendation of Shannon and Mike. That's something I didn't even think about until after I recorded the video. Is that because like I've always been thinking like, okay, Killarney is a bizarre casting choice, but it's also someone that like, again, like rewatching, like because I did listen to Shan Gus and Mike Bloom when they did a podcast about Champions like not too long ago, and like they were very high on Killarney. Like, they were talking about how Killarney really gets screwed over and whatnot. And it's like, I would not be surprised if, like, they were the people that, like, to mention to production, hey, what about Killarney? As, like, a person to bring back. Like, that wouldn't surprise me.
Remind me not to make you a lookout.
Considering they had just watched Champions not too long before the production of the season.
I'm here, okay? Stay with me.
Low-key feel that Redman's an employee. I mean, like, I think there's a chance that he's, like, a plant from CBS. I don't think so, though, considering, like, he has, like, Inside Survivor, and he also, like, is an actual writer for, like, a lot of other,
Desmond,
like,
we can't climb.
media outlets. So, like, it doesn't really make sense for him to actually be, like, a full-on employee for CBS.
That's a bad idea.
Considering, like, how much other stuff he does.
Even worse.
I am main squeeze.
Follow me.
And just at the point where we're just talking about a whole bunch of random stuff. Kind of miss the 42. I mean, like, not really. Like, I'm excited, but I'm also like, it's a lot.
What are you going to
I'm thankfully Australian Survivors cut down to 2 episodes, but we still have like BBCAN.
Please.
I
wonder how old these tunnels are.
Yeah, I'm still playing a lot of Horizon, and that's been taking up a lot of time.
Still hold our weight.
Really, that's really the main reason why I made no progress on the Australian Survivor review.
Ouch.
I even told Rebecca
In the last few days, because like
Seriously?
I'm playing a lot of Horizon.
Up we go.
Ready.
But still, yeah, 42 should be fun. I feel like it always is this way with reality TV though, that I'm not that excited before the season. But it's like once the season starts, like that's usually where I get a bit more excited.
It's not right.
It's like after week 1 or after like the first episode or whatnot.
Thanks to you.
Just focus on where you're going, okay?
Because I just feel like there's so much like speculation before the season that like, I don't know, it's like whatever. Like unless it's like an all-star season, then like I don't feel like I'm really ever that hyped
If I pulled
preseason.
all the levers, then what would be left for you?
Nothing.
Nice try.
Ready?
Keep forgetting 42 is happening. Low-key it feels like a weird drop time for it. I mean, the thing is that, yeah, like it's coming out in March because the Olympics. Like normally it would have been at the end of end of February, but because the Olympics, they decided to do, well, one day decided to do Celebrity Big Brother. So that was the thing, and then the other thing, Amazing Race, also ended and had to end. So it's like those 2 shows like kind of also like bump it a bit. To where like technically they could have premiered it 2 weeks ago, right? Because like the Olympics ended. Because like normally it would have like started I think the week before the Olympics ended, right? Like essentially the Wednesday of the week that the Olympics ended. But because of the Olympics, they delayed it. But also, like, you had Celebrity Big Brother that had to end. And then a week later was Amazing Race. So... Pritium, Iod Out, and Russell Muscle are all low in Wurtenberg. I mean, I'm not super high on them either. Like, I think I'm even lower now. By the way, I have watched all of the, or listened to all of the RJP interviews. I'm an idiot. Why did I go this way? Since the last time I've really talked about the cast. And, yeah, I feel like my opinion of Zach is, like, pretty low at this point. Where, like, I feel like if I were to redo my power rankings, he would be towards the bottom, really.
You're exaggerating.
Like, I think there's potential there, but, like, I also, like, I kind of see some Jacob Derwin potential with him. When is 42 ending? Well, we don't know for sure, but I would guess second week of May still. Like, what I'm assuming is going to happen is that we're going to get some 2-hour episodes. Because, like, they're going to still want the show to end at the same time, or around the same time. So usually second, third week of May.
Because you're here.
Charming.
Because at the end of the day, it's like their summer schedule is still the same, so they want shows to end at specific times.
I gotcha.
Thanks.
So yeah, like I expect Survivor to end at the same time, even though it's premiering like 2 weeks later than normal. So that probably means we're gonna get like extra double episodes. And actually, to be fair, with the current structure of the season, it's already one episode shorter.
Great.
So really, I guess it's only like one other extra episode.
Can't jump this.
Like I wouldn't be surprised if the merge episode ends up being like a 2-hour episode instead of like two. Like unlike last season where they split it up into 2 different weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if this time they just do it as one 2-hour block. But yeah, like at the end of the day, like I just expect there to be like a 2-hour, essentially 2 episodes back to back at some point across the season. How I feel about Marianne? I feel pretty good at this point.
Jump across.
I did like her interview. I do think she's probably someone that's going to be like a big character more so than a big player. But I still feel pretty good about her.
You'd think these stairs would lead somewhere.
But they don't.
They don't. So fucking dumb. Again, like this is something that like that one line in this game like led to so much speculation for years in the Assassin's Creed community, and it's still like nothing. And it will never be anything at this point. Yeah, they did spoil that in the trailer, right?
I'll wait here.
Good.
Oh, I'm an idiot. And didn't they also spoil Mike?
And I'm sure that
like, wasn't that also in the trailer? Or am I just like or am I misremembering that? I feel like I remember seeing Mike with the clue in the trailer, but whatever. Yeah, I'm probably more excited for SA than any of the other shows that are currently going on. It's going to be interesting. Like I'm really interested in like Tejan back, Shane and Marion, even like a Chappies, see how he does. Just seeing like these like old school figures I never thought were going to be back, like Philip. I still can't believe Philip is going to be a 2-time Survivor player. What makes Marianne a good character? I think she plays up the villain role. Like she kind of knows that she's the villain of the show and doesn't really try to hide it. I will say though, like I do feel like she was a bit under-edited on Champions, where I feel like a lot of their like Shane and Marianne's screen time was given to Shane. But I also think what makes Marianne interesting now is that she also has like a bit more of a sympathetic background that you can play on too. That can make her like an interesting anti-hero, I guess, if she does still go with the villain route. Is Shane a good character? Like, I think he's a good character in the way that you would say like certain other like big game players are good characters. Like, I wouldn't say he's necessarily the most interesting. Like, he's not like a funny character necessarily.
Up you go.
But he's someone that like thinks about the game in a really like outside the box sort of way that makes him like interesting TV. But like again, like in terms of like how much entertainment he brings outside of his gameplay, like he's definitely not top of the list or anything.
Come on, Desmond.
Final Wait at 43 and 44 isn't filmed yet. Maybe they're waiting for the reaction to 42 twist adjustments. Maybe, but I don't know. I doubt it though. It is weird though that they aren't filming, or at least we don't have. Like, to be fair, they wouldn't film until like a few more weeks normally anyway. But I feel like we would have heard that they're for sure filming in a few more weeks by now. But yeah. I mean, still, like, based on what Redmond said, the plan is still to have same schedule of fall and spring, so I'm not really worried about it.
So old.
Yeah, Shane is the one that stole idols.
Way after the attack.
He stole an idol from Sivu
Desmond.
because he saw where Sivu hid his idol, and then he stole one from Gina by going through her bag and taking it out from it. And also creating this big ruse to, got the entire tribe to go in this big ruse to try to get her away from her bag so that he can steal her idol.
There's something here.
Yeah, again, that's what like. Those are fun moments, but it's like those are largely based around gameplay. Where I think like if we take away the game, like if we're talking about like just pure character moments that aren't stirred by gameplay, like then I don't know what intrigue he really brought outside of that. Favorite player from Survivor Maryland? Probably Schubel.
1419.
In All Stars is a lot of fun.
1421.
Really hated at the time that he got rocked out.
Should lie down for a bit.
No, it's all right.
Chris Thomas is obviously like a great character, story arc for his win. Chris LeCompte has a great like arc over his 2 seasons as well. I'm trying to think of her name. What's her name? Holly? Right? 4th place All Stars. She's fun too.
Okay, everything's good here. Sean, hide the van in
Who
town.
else is there?
And make sure you aren't followed.
What is that smell?
The last 2 seasons of Maryland haven't really done it for
Smell
me
like
though.
you swam through a sewer.
It was Lucy's idea.
Like both of them, I just did
Wait a
not
second,
feel
guys. We
were
need
that
power
interesting.
down here.
Yeah, Feluke's fun.
There's a line running nearby I can hook into, but the one
I love Victoria. Victoria's also great. Yeah, Chris LeCompte and Holly were both on Sequester, season 1, which was a train wreck. Don't they both get screwed over too? I think they both get screwed over by Twist, if I remember right. But would be interesting to see them like actually genuinely play. It's again mind blowing to me that Chris LeCompte has not been on Survivor, considering he's like been trying to get on Survivor for years, like the main show. And like again, now we have Tori on Survivor, so it's like it's not like they're like not willing to cast people that were on orgs or college Survivor, that sort of thing. So it's like again, like how has Chris LeCompte now been cast on the main show? That's kind of insane to me. Can't wait to watch Survivor SA. Seems like a mess. Yeah, it's fun, especially because like again, they don't care about doing winner edits. Like it's not an easy show to predict the winner off of the edit for. So while there are like definitely episodes where like the boot is kind of foreshown because like they're not trying to hide it, there's still a lot of fun with it. Well, I think of Shireen on Sequester, I mean, she was more of the same. Not really, like, she didn't really change my opinion of her as a player or anything. Yeah, Chanel is one of these people that has done a lot of orgs. Which can be a good or a bad thing. I mean, it could either be... Like, I think it'll be good for her, like, strategic ability, but, like, I mean, typically people have done orgs have not done well. On reality shows, namely like someone like an Audrey. Yeah. But I am decently high on Chanel still after the preseasons and everything. Concept of Sequester, I mean it's weird, but because they keep on changing the format, but I mean, I think it's easiest to run through season 4 because like that's kind of the more streamlined format, which if they do ever return, I hope they keep that format because I really didn't like the old format. But essentially, like it's kind of like the Genius. It's essentially like a US version of the Genius, where except for that, it's not as like pure game, like pure like mentally, like I don't know. It's like essentially every round has a different set of rules, and at the end of each round, like essentially there's either like a vote off or maybe there's like some sort of game that essentially leads to there being a loser or someone voted out. That person then gets to pick someone that.
Hello, am I speaking out loud? Hello.
Actually, wait. Do they have to pick someone that voted for them?
Let's get started.
Or is it just? Can they just pick anyone? I don't actually remember exactly. But either way, like the person that's voted out gets to pick someone to face off against in a competition. The winner of the competition stays in the game. Loser goes home. That part of it's kind of generic. But essentially, it's like every round is a social strategy game, but the rules change.
As you may have noticed in the van, I've made some improvements.
Where like maybe like one round can be like
Here you can show
like
off all those
only
flashy moves you picked
people
up
with
from your
even
ancestors.
votes,
me open
even
one
total
division.
number of votes matter. So like if someone has 5 votes against them, that doesn't count. But if the person that has like 4 votes against them would get voted out instead. You have like safety chain, which also we saw like a similar thing on Celebrity Big Brother with the Mon Juan twist. But essentially, like they do that where like that would determine who the person that gets voted out is. Again, it's essentially just a social strategy game where like the person to determine who gets voted out is changed round from round. Come on. Well, that was kind of shit. New fan-made Survivor called Survivor Kin Bear. I'm probably not going to watch it. I'll be honest with you. I'm probably not going to bother at this point. How sad would Tori be when she's voted out pre-merge? Very sad, and it's almost guaranteed to happen, I feel like. I mean, she can make the merge, but I don't think Tori's winning.
Good, now select it and you're going to see the memories inside.
Who I say is the better player from Maryland? Who's the best? As a whole?
But what if there's memories I just want to forget?
Desmond, this is very important.
I don't know. Like, I think it's very tough. Like, I haven't obviously watched Maryland in a while. Even I did skim through All Stars not too long ago.
One last thing. As you raise your
like probably like what 3 or 4 months ago.
You might even discover some repressed memories. Okay,
I'm trying to think, like, would any of the winners? Like, the problem is that the winners aren't the greatest gameplay wise. Like, where you have, like, Steve, like, who's, like, a solid winner, but, like, also, like, it's kind of like one of these that's, like, kind of similar to, like, maybe someone like a Jackson from Big Brother, where it's, like, yeah, he, like, has a lot of control over the game, but it's, like, also, like, in and out of the majority throughout a lot of it. Again, Terry, that was his name, right? Season 3, like, he didn't really do too much in the game. Yeah, Katie, who's like a really solid player, but like definitely has holes. Chris Thomas is train wreck. You got who's season 6 winner? Oh, season 6 winner is really good, right? Emily, was that her name? Like she steamrolled the game, right?
Did he say anything?
Actually, I'm pretty sure I have voting charts somewhere for these college Survivor seasons I've watched.
Let me help you get dressed.
If I can find it.
The same man who brought me here gave me these clothes.
Fuck, I don't know where they are. Anyway, I know I have them somewhere. There we go. But yeah, I have very little memory of the recent seasons, even though I've watched them.
Yes, or what is left of it since the Borgia came to power.
There we go. Maryland 7.
Unfortunately,
yes.
you cannot see it from here.
Santi 1. Oh yeah, that was a weird season. I forgot about that. That was such a train wreck of a season. Where like Doug had 3 idols at the end of the season. Did my audio cut out? Alright, let's... Yeah, I should be good. Unless like I accidentally pulled it out like very briefly. Well, which winner's sequester would I like to see? I'm trying to remember who even won sequester. Kim Matina. I think we're good. I mean, she's essentially Karen. like Karen, but probably like a little bit more game savvy and like actually trying to win. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much Kim Mattina. Nick from season 1 would actually be kind of interesting because I think Nick is like actually. I mean, like even though season 1's a train wreck because like it's edited very poorly and they didn't get a lot of the footage. But, like, from what we see, like, he seems like a pretty dominant player. Again, like, one that also, like, is kind of like Jackson Mickey in a way, where, like, not everyone loved him. Was not the most well-liked person, but was someone that was pretty well-respected and seemed to play a pretty good game. So he could be interesting. Season 3 was Hunter. Hunter would be interesting too. Kind of a snaky sort of player. I think he would be interesting on Big Brother in particular over Survivor. Where I think he would try to play like an Andy sort of game. Billy CEO, she's fine. Again, solid TV. Probably takes things a bit too personally. I think that's probably her biggest flaw. Is I do think she lets like emotions take over a bit, but still solid player. Very good win. I do want to rewatch Sequester at some point. I did actually I started a rewatch of season 3, like not too long ago. Like I mean, actually, it was probably like a year ago at this point. But like, I never did finish that, and to be honest, at this point, probably won't. Would Tori get cast with Lynn Spielman? Probably not. Rank the Sequester winners? I mean, probably... Again, debate between Nick and Billy for one. And then it's like Hunter and then Kim Matina's last. And that's obviously the main series. Like the live version, I should say. In terms of the orgs, it's like a lot tougher. Maybe because I haven't watched like the original series. I didn't really watch any of them. Like I've kind of seen clips of things here and there, and obviously the minis. I watched quite a few of them, but even then, still haven't watched like every single one of them. Sequester season 4, good? Yes, it's pretty good. I think it's the best Sequester season in terms of I think they finally knew what they were doing. Where again, season 1 is a jumbled mess in every possible way. Season 2, I think, is like very strong, mainly because it has a very good cast, but still the format is completely fucked. Season 3, I think it's like they finally took themselves a bit more seriously, and it feels like a real show. But I still think the format isn't ideal, and I think the overall like gameplay and everything like doesn't turn out to be the most interesting. But I think season 4 is like kind of like the perfect storm of everything, where everything finally clicks. And I think a lot of that is because like it was filmed in the middle of COVID. They had to have a smaller cast. They changed the format to where, because originally on the original seasons of Sequester, in the pre-merge there would be 2 eliminations every round, where someone would get voted out, and then that person's gone, and then the person that was voted out also gets to pick 2 people that go into elimination. While now every round only has 1 person voted out. That person gets to pick who they face in elimination. I think that radically changes the format. It's just more interesting. Even though it makes the game more based around competitions, but like the game was anyway, where like the post jury changes its format to only 1 elimination round anyway. So it's like it just feels weird for them to like start off with 1 format and then like arbitrarily change that at the jury phase, and also like have a weird like the Final 4 twist is like fantastic, but it also it's like weird that there's like so many like fundamental changes to the structure, where like yes, Sequester is about changing formats every round, but it's like all still based within social strategy, and it's all based around like okay, 1 like person getting voted out, and then like a battle match at the end or whatever. But like I feel like the original format is just kind of a bit janky. Would I make a Discord? Probably not, because again I don't use Discord. And also I just wouldn't bother checking in on it. It's like the same thing with like reading comments and stuff. It's like I just don't like look. Like I would do the same thing with Discord. I just wouldn't even look at it. It's like the same reason why like I haven't like bothered to post anything on Twitter, and I haven't like used the community tab or anything like that. It's just things like I just don't bother with it. Yeah, I know Bryce created one, so that's something. Why'd Sequester get canceled? It's not officially canceled. It's just that there's no confirmation of it coming back because of the situation with Audrey and people getting upset because she. It's a massive fucking scandal.
I wish it just killed La Mia Amata.
Apparently, Kevin convinced Marty to put up Betty. That's convinced Marty. Yeah, put up Betty next to Jay. Yeah, I mean that pretty much seals Jay's fate. I would guess. Yeah, combat's a lot better in this game. They like it's better, but it's also like it's better because it's easier. But like overall, yeah, it's better. Like it's a more aggressive combat system because they added things like kicking. They added combo streaks. Like unlike AC2 where it's like a lot of it is you waiting for people to attack you than you having to counter. Like here it's more so about you attacking them first and then trying to keep your streak going. And Audrey's never coming back to survive or to Big Brother if that's what you're talking about. But I mean, there was a scandal within the Sequester Mini community where, like, supposedly some guys in that were playing Sequester Minis were like sexually harassing some other members of the community, and then instead of like just kicking them out, like kicking out the like harassers or whatever. Audrey instead kicked out the people that were saying that they were being sexually harassed, and that led to obviously a lot of controversy there. To the point where, like, now essentially Sequester's like who knows where it's going. And like even if it does come back, it's supposedly Audrey's like taking a step back to where like she's not gonna be like the focal like member of production anymore. So yeah, I mean, it's just overall just a really terrible look. Let's talk about Sequester. I haven't paid attention. I know she's still on Twitter though, right? Like she still posts about stuff. It's just that you never hear about Sequester anymore, which is really weird because like I'm pretty sure she was doing it full time, like everything Sequester related. Like that's what she was doing. So it's like, what is she doing now then? She's not doing Sequester. Yeah, I think it's a shame too, like everything with Sequester, because like again, I think Sequester season 4 like really showed the potential of the series, and for now like all that to kind of be ruined, just kind of sucks.
Ezio, what a surprise to see you here.
I thought you had sent for me.
Never.
I remember like I really loved the minis at the time.
We were certain that
it was so cool too because it obviously was like when COVID started and everything.
The Borgia must not.
By the way, I did look at this. That's something else. So SA, Return of the Outcast. I did remember that they did a Survivor SA Sequester Mini. Like they did one. Like they did the Survivor one that had international players, but they also did one that was actually Survivor SA, and it was like fans versus favorites. So I did actually take the time to look up like who was on that cast, and like a good like. There's like what I think it's what Tony was on the cast. Shona was on the cast. Tejan was on the cast. And I think there was like one other person maybe. But like there was a decent amount of people that are on Return of the Outcast that were on that sequester mini. So like it wouldn't be like that outrageous to think that that might actually play an effect on things. That they're like at least is like some initial bonding due to the fact that they have at least seen each other through those. Mind you, I would guess that like a lot of them, like I know like Tajan and Shona were both in Battle of the Bush, and so was Tony actually, to where like they definitely like knew of each other anyway before that. But like, I am expecting that to definitely play a factor on the season because they've done a lot of things together.
While you're in my debt, perhaps you will listen to reason. As soon as I hear some, I will let you know.
Yeah, who else was on that? I feel like there was another... Meryl. Meryl was also on it. That was who the other person was. Meryl was also in that. That fans versus favorites thing. So, again, that might be some relationships to look out for. I mean, that's a different sequester mini. That's the one with international players I was talking about before. But there is, again, one that was like a specific Survivor South Africa mini. That I didn't watch the actual mini, but and there's still a video. If you look up Survivor, I think it's Survivor SA Sequester, maybe. You can still see like the on Facebook. There's a cast reveal video where they show who's on the cast, and yeah, those are the people that were on there.
How could I have known that they would find me?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was SA players versus SA fans. Oh, did Jacques win that one? I didn't know that actually. By the way, how the fuck is Jacques not in this cast? I still can't believe that Jacques not on here. But he's like, I can get Werner from a situation like if they're thinking like, okay, we don't want big targets in, we don't want these like all-time great players. Like I can get not putting Werner on, but like I still can't believe Jacques is not on this cast because like he doesn't really fit into any of those. Are the seasons archived not archived anywhere? I don't think so. Now there are like the big ones are on YouTube. Like there's someone that like screen recorded them watching it, and like you could see like the RHAP one, you could see the Survivor ones, the Big Brother one, the Winners at War one, but yeah, like the actual full-blown archives, they're not really available anymore.
And at this rate, he will have it. Is that admiration I hear in your voice? He knows how to.
Which again sucks.
A rare virtue in the world today.
Some of the people could have got COVID. In terms of what? Oh, in terms of like Jock and Werner you're talking about? Maybe. I suspect, like after looking at the cast, I suspect that they didn't want Werner. Is my guess. Now obviously COVID could have played a factor, but like I suspect that they're really going out of their way to avoid like these big threats in the game. And like for there to be like these top tier players in the game. Because again, looking at the cast, like the big names are what, Chappies and Palessa? Two like again, questionable players. Like definitely not top tier players. But again, the Jacques one is like one that fits alongside them. So like that's the one that's kind of weird though.
Continue to succeed, and the Borgia grow in power. They have taken desirable areas of the city for themselves.
I mean, the thing is, like, LaRue is a big fan, and he has seen Australian Survivor All-Stars. He has seen Survivor All-Stars. Like, he's seen Survivor Game Changers. Like, he knows the effects of having, like, these big targets in the game, and, like, knowing that, like, if we have winners on the season, they're just going to be taken out right away. And, like, that sort of thing. He knows that. And, like, I fully expect that that's the reason why even the initial concept was no finalists. Because he wanted to avoid that sort of situation. So, like, I get his rationale, at least for an initial concept. Again, it's not the choice that I would have made, personally. I still would have risked having Rob Bentelay and Graham and Nicole Capper and that sort of people on, but... So yeah, like I get what he's doing. They're holding out for SA versus US versus Australia. I doubt it. Especially SA. I think if any of the series do it, I think it'll probably be Australia. But even now, like, with, like, COVID still being around to the point where, like, they're still filming within their own countries, like, I don't think it's super likely. I mean, yeah, they did fly in Sandra, but are they really gonna, like, spend a whole bunch of money to fly in, like 6 people, or I guess actually 8 people probably from SA, 8 people from the US? It's probably not. Yeah, I would not be surprised also if Rob Bentley just didn't want to do it at this point. I would be very surprised, though, if Nicole turned it down. Considering, I feel like Nicole seems very into it. Like, again, she was part of the sequester mini. And to be honest, I think that was also very indicative of how she would do, where she was the first boo. So Keanu, but again, that's like one person. I don't think they're like bothering to fly out like 2/3 of the cast to fly into the country. And also, that person was also like a South African citizen, so like that makes it a lot easier too. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't fucking ignite. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. But like, I feel like they're probably also, like, with a country like South Africa, also with Australia, there probably are a lot of other issues they have to deal with bringing foreigners into the country. Would Tyler have fought harder on 22 if Casey hadn't gotten kicked due to COVID? Yes. Casey and Josh. Because again, like, his alliance coming into the season was Casey and Josh. And like, their plan was to target Cody. So it's like, yes, it would have been radically different. And also, I think it would have been interesting to see how Cody would have done in that situation. Because I think that would have made it so Cody would have had a tougher road. I do think Cody still would have done well. Where, even though Casey and Josh, like, would have obviously greatly affected things, like, I would not have been surprised if Cody still ends up outplaying them. Wait, why isn't that letting me, there we go. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see Cody face adversity there. Yeah, Josh even talked about it. Like, pretty much like at the beginning of the season, that our plan was to target Cody. So like, I don't even think it's like really that much influence of like, oh, Cody won the season, so that obviously like we're gonna say we're gonna target him. But like, again, he said that like, I think it was like week 2. So it's like, I mean, yes, Cody was already in control, but like, I do feel like it is mostly true. Especially because like, Tyler comes into the season like very hesitant of Cody. Like, while they do like create this alliance very early on, like, you can tell that Tyler's like not like fully on board. Like, he's kind of doing it just like because Cody's like the first HOH and Cody's in power. So like, I would not be surprised like Tyler actually did think that he was going to target Cody on the offset.
Stop sparring with me.
Fine. Let us talk openly then. Rodrigo Borgia's death would not have solved anything.
But again, I don't think it would have mattered at the end of the day. Now, I mean, I guess, again, like, it would have been interesting. It would have been interesting. But, like, I think Cody still does especially if he's the first HOH, I think Cody would have for sure been able to still do the same thing. Now, he would have been without Memphis, which would have been an interesting shift there. Because, like, Memphis was very important to his game, especially in terms of the committee and everything. But then again, he had so many other outs that I don't think it really ends up mattering too much. where I think he probably, like, while he would have faced more adversity with having these two people that do have a decent level of influence there, and being former winners, like, coming after him, I still think, I don't think Josh was that long for that season, if he were to be on there. Yeah, because, like, Cody for sure had Nicole coming into the season. I think through Nicole he had Ian. He obviously builds a very strong relationship with Danny, like, pretty much right away. He had, like, a somewhat relationship with Enzo outside of the show, and then I think, like, coming into the season again, they were always gonna bond there. But I mean, again, week 1 there were people that were also, like, thinking about like Cody as a potential target. You had was it Kaser and Janelle, who both did not trust Cody right away, even though Janelle had no reason to not trust Cody. Like, Cody actually wanted to keep Janelle in the game for a while, yet she still, like, implicitly did not trust Cody. Kevin was someone that was very anti-Cody. So it's like, it definitely would have been interesting. Because, like, at that point, there would have been, like, almost half the house that was, like, not super high on Cody.
Desmond, I don't know if you're looking for something from 16, but last time scanning in eagle vision seemed to help.
With, again, like, at that point, Tyler wouldn't be, like, on board with Cody, because, like, obviously in week 1, we do see, like, Tyler pretty much latch on to Cody right away, but again, that wouldn't have happened had Josh and Casey been there.
Cesare's gaze will return to us. He will be broken again.
And even then, he barely latches on. Really, all of this is, like, they create, like, a final 2 deal right away, and then, like, never talk again for, like, a few days. How do you have the 4 cameras for the feeds with audio? What do you mean, how? Like, it's one of the, like, things. Like, there's the quad view, or whatever they call it. I wonder if Casey and Kevin would have left week 1 instead of Keisha. I think Josh would have left week 1. That's my guess. Oh yeah, Josh and Casey are in the game. I think Cody is targeting Josh and Casey week 1. If Keisha wasn't there. And because, like, at that point he would know that Josh and Casey are directly targeting him. Whenever you do it, has no audio. Again, I don't know about BBCAN feeds, but I know BBUS usually it gives you. Doesn't it give you audio from both? Or like from, like, because, like, usually it's like 2 different views of the same thing. Whatever. Either way, like, it should, like, give you all the audio on BBUS. I don't know about BBCAN. I haven't really tried to watch BBCAN feeds in forever, and even then, I don't think I bothered with the quad. Quad cam.
He was attempting to steal official.
But yeah, I think with Cody winning, if Cody wins week 1 HOH anyway, like, I think he's targeting at least Josh. Like, I could see Casey making a deeper run there, especially because, like, I think Casey's probably better insulated. Then again, Josh, because, like, what the initial alliance was going to be Josh. It was Josh, Casey, Tyler, Christmas. Because that's why Tyler and Christmas bond right away. It's because they were already planning on working together with Josh and Casey.
Where is it?
The courier still has the letter.
Ezio, stop him! Find me at the tournament.
Okay. Well, that's something. I mean, I think for Cody, like, he needs to get rid of Josh. Like, I think that's who he for sure should be targeting. The question is, can he get him out? And I think if he puts, like, Josh against Casey, I think he can for sure get Josh out there. Again, like, in a situation, like, the reason why he targets Keisha in week 1 of 22, like, in the real life scenario, is because, like, there was no better option. Like, there was no one that was, like, directly coming from him, especially, like, people that were safe. Because, again, like, he was initially targeting Kaser. But, like, Kaser ends up being safe. Janelle ends up being safe as well. It's like, at that point, it's like, he's targeting Keisha just because, like, he doesn't know Keisha. He has no like real relationship or anything with her. While with okay, no, get on. Yeah, while in this scenario where like Josh is in the house and he knows that Josh is coming after him, like he has to go for Josh. Like either Josh or Casey as the two best insulated people in this group that is coming from him or coming for him. It is funny though, watching the challenge. As much as people criticize Josh for his appearance on challenge, it does make me think of him as a better Big Brother player, if I'm being honest. Like the fact that he seems to have built like these really strong personal bonds on the challenge, to where like even though like a lot of like usually like the rookies and whatnot like hate Josh, like a lot of like the vets on current seasons of the challenge do love Josh. And that does make me think, like, maybe he is, like, just a much better, like, if we got to see him more on Big Brother with, like, different groups of people, maybe he just genuinely is a likable person on most groups. Again, he's very emotional, and the way he reacts to things obviously leads to him getting confrontations. But in terms of, like, his overall, like, social game, I don't think it's as bad as many people claim it is. Thoughts on Amazing Race 33? Again, yeah, I think it's based on like what they had to do with COVID, like the break and all that stuff. I think it's the best they probably were going to do. I think it's obviously harmed by the fact that like half the 4 teams didn't end up coming back. They had to essentially restart the race by bringing back 2 other teams. It's like or the 2 eliminated teams. Like that's like massive issue to me. Like I mean that's pretty much. I call it in my review, like, it essentially feels like an exhibition match at that point. And, like if we're looking at, like, on the season on paper, I actually don't like the season that much. If we're looking, like, episode by episode, like, I found a lot of the episodes, like, kind of boring. But, in terms of, like, the race itself. But, like, I really love the cast as a whole. I think like when looking at the season from like a grander point of view, like from like looking at like everything together, I kind of have like a more positive opinion of it than when I look at it as individual pieces. Josh gives a good first impression. I feel like it's the opposite. I feel like Josh gives a terrible first impression, but then like ends up making people like him afterwards. It's like the fact that like again, like him and Devin hated each other on Double Agents, but now they're like super close. I think it's the opposite, where like I think he initially gives a bad impression, mainly because like he comes off as this big like doofusy figure. He again like gets into fights for like no reason, but then like I think once you get to know him, like it seems like people genuinely start to like him. But yeah, Amazing Race 33 review. Oh, fuck off. Amazing Race 33 reviews coming out on Wednesday. As of right now. Yes, Vilaki, like the yeah, there's fun moments throughout. Like I mean, like you got the Lulu and Law stuff with them having them eating this Vilaki twice. That's funny. The entire episode 6 is like a fantastic episode where like Ryan and Dusty for the first time like end up on the bottom and having them like pass Akbar and Sherry and everything like that was really fun. Like I as a whole like the premiere, like even though like the actual again the race itself was kind of boring there. Like I felt like it was just a fun premiere. Where like I just really like the cast and getting introduced to a lot of them there. Also think that Josh being seen as an undeserving winner has helped his threat level post Big Brother. I mean, if we're talking about like on Big Brother, like on the challenge, I don't think it matters. Like I don't think most people on the challenge know how he played Big Brother, and most of them look at him as the doofus that they see on the challenge, and then think of like, how the fuck did this guy win Big Brother? Hey, this part in Brotherhood. I hate. Like, this part of the game is, like, very tutorial heavy. Like, that's part of the reason I hate this. Like, in terms of the tombs itself, though, I think this is, like, some of my favorite parts of the game, I guess. In terms of, like, the tomb missions, the Layers of Romulus missions. On this Amazing Race review, it's actually weird. So yeah, Amazing Race 33. My script is like 1,000 words longer than my 32 review. Yeah, and the recording was like 10 minutes longer than my 32 review. Yet somehow the review itself ended up being like 2 seconds shorter, and I don't get how that happened. But yeah, it's like 41 minutes 56 seconds or something like that. Where, like, my Amazing Race 32 review is 41 minutes, 58 seconds. I mean, there's, like, one particular section in this tomb that, like, I always kind of get a bit confused of where I'm going. Yeah, Brotherhood is your first AC game you've been. That's a good one to start with. Yeah, this is my personal favorite Assassin's Creed game. In terms of what I want from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it's like a perfect, not conclusion, perfect evolution, that's what I'm trying to say, of AC2. Do I think Sam might get some heat after idol stealing if she gets to the end? Yes. Hey, I talked about that at the beginning of the stream, that I think Sam is probably going to be like a goat at the end. If not, maybe not a goat, probably that's not probably the right term, but like I think she's probably like, I think her and Mark are getting to the end at this point. I think Mark beats her. Like, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting at this point. Like, I think this episode has secured that Mark is winning the game. I can't imagine how Mark doesn't win the game at this point. Yeah, we're talking about Australian Survivor. Like, it's just like the edit like has always been in Mark's favor, and I feel like with this episode it's like further solidified it. And then I think like with the way that like how pissed off Jesse seemed to be on his way out, and like I don't know, I just get the sense that oh, fuck off. Like, it's seeming more like Mark and Sam get to the end together, and then Mark beats Sam at the end. Now, again, I think it could still be a final 3, where, who knows who that third person is, but I would not be surprised if Sam gets to the end and doesn't end up winning. No one else has the edit as a Mark Slayer. Like, Jordy kind of got that set up, but like I don't feel like that's where it's going at this point. I think Jordy's probably on his way out in the next few episodes. But like I think Jordy's the only one that like even got a semblance of talk about taking out Mark. And the interesting thing is, if you watch the Ponderosa video, this is something I noticed when watching the Ponderosa video. The way Jesse describes the situation is that Josh and Jordan initially wanted to target Mark, and that is why Jesse and Jordy decided to target Josh. But like supposedly it's Jordy telling, like this is what we can assume from the show at least, that Jordy telling Josh about Mark's idol caused Josh to think that, oh, he's just leaking information everywhere, so we got to target him. And then that's like where it kind of flipped around again. But it's like, it makes it seem like that Josh and Jordan, like, we're actually targeting Mark at a point, but that wasn't shown on this show. And, like, you would think that, again, like, if this was to eventually come to be, I don't know, why am I going this way? That they would have shown that on this show. Yeah, I just went the complete wrong way. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Alright, let's... Oh, fuck off. There's no restart checkpoint in this game. Fuck off. I had to climb this entire thing again. Well, that's lovely. Wow, that's a thing. Who I think is played better between Mark and Sam? I mean, again, that's tough because of the blood versus water element of it. I think Sam played the pre-merge better than Mark did. In terms of, like, had more agency and more control. Mark was pretty well positioned throughout a lot of it, though. And also just, like, didn't have to make as many decisions as Sam needed to. But again, we're at the point now where, because of the blood versus water theme, like, Sam's essentially kind of, like, giving up her game to Mark, essentially. Which, again, I fully understand. Like, they are a couple that shares the money if they win. Like, it makes sense why they wouldn't... Am I about to run out of time already? That's kind of funny. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not going for full sync anyway. Again, this is the area that I was talking about, where, like, I always get confused here where I'm supposed to go. I always, like, forget, even though I've played this game, like, 20 times or whatever. Is this the right way? Whatever. Did I see Sam as a villain? I mean, like, I think she sees herself as the villain, right? I think the fact that she, like, says that, thanks for the idol or whatever when voting him out, I think she's clearly playing up to that. Went for 42. I don't, like, I mean, I picked, hey, or hi, fuck, I keep on forgetting how you pronounce the name. Hi in my cast assessment, but, I'm not that high on hi, in the grand scheme of things, so we're like, I don't know, really nobody, like, I don't think anyone on this cast is, screaming out to me as, like, a very clear winner pick. But, again, High is the one that I ended up going with when I made the video. Do I think there might be a Redemption Island just for the next few episodes? I mean, I assume that there might be... I mean, they've had it on every season, right? Every season... since Championship Contenders 1, right? There's been some sort of Redemption Island-esque twist. Where, what? We had the Tegan and Anita twist on Championship Contenders 1. Championship Contenders 2, you had Simon and Daisy. You had All-Stars. You had the Zack round, where, like... And also you had Zack and Shawnee coming back to the game, but then also you had, yeah, like the Zack clusterfuck of a twist that was, the round where Zack goes home. And then, last time we had, obviously, Haley. So, I don't know, like, I would expect it. Like, you would assume so based on how Australian Survivor has handled things in the past. And, like, there has to be at least one more non-elimination, if they're... I mean, actually, no matter what, there has to be at least one more. Possibly two if they're going for a Final 2. Which, again, I don't think they're going to. Like, I would guess that this season has a Final 3. Like, unless something fucks them over, like, again, I think we're going to get a Final 3 this season. They've been trying for 3 seasons now. Do I think they're... Oh, wait, no, I already answered that one. But you picked High as well. Yeah, that's why I'm not as high on him anymore. Like, I think he is 1 for 1. He is essentially Ricard from last season. But also, like, one that I don't feel as confident about strategically. Where like at least Ricard, like I was like, okay, he is a massive fan. He clearly knows the game. I don't necessarily feel that with Hai. Where like I don't know how big of a gamer Hai is. Like he is a fan, but like I don't get the sense that he's like this big mastermind that Ricard possibly is. It might be Final 3 21 episodes. I hope it's not, because then I have to adjust my schedule. Yeah, I am assuming it's still a 24 episode season. Think that works in his favor? Possibly.
The followers of Romulus. This band of false pagans has been terrorizing the city for months.
But then again, like if Ricard, like essentially, like if he's the way I'm thinking of him now, I think he's essentially Ricard, but then like a Ricard that doesn't make the move to get rid of Shan, and essentially just like kind of like stays there on the bottom of the of like the Black Alliance, and eventually gets picked off. Which, to be fair, I mean, like he still goes out at 5 in the real life scenario, but I think his win equity was much higher in that scenario.
We have nothing.
Why not pick Erica for 41? I was actually like kind of high on Erica by the end of it. Like I think when I did my cast assessment, I was like kind of like whatever. Like she was kind of like middle of the road. I'm pretty sure like before I made, like before the season actually started, I was a bit higher on Erica, but like not. She was still not winner contention for me. But she did essentially play like the best case scenario for what I think. By the way, I mean, like I don't feel like I've talked about this enough. If I were to redo the 41 player ranking, I think Erica would be number 1 at this point. Like now that we like know a lot more of the information about how the game played out, and know more about jury chances and whatnot. Like I feel like Erica would be number 1 if I were to redo it. Especially like now that we kind of know that like if Erica and Ricardo were at the end, it wasn't like a guaranteed thing for Ricard. Which like again was my assumption at the time that I did the player ranking, which was like immediately after the season. Especially because like how much the show propped up Ricard. I was thinking, okay, Ricard wins for sure if he gets the end against anybody. But like that doesn't seem to actually be the case. Where like it seems like now like against Erica it would have been very close. And like considering Erica was just better positioned at the end game, and I think there's excusable things in her. Like I think I can create excuses for things earlier in her game, like her on Luvu. Was that the name of the original tribe? Yeah, like now the Sean has talked about how he actually probably would have gotten rid of Sydney instead of her, and then like merge vote. I still think it's wonky, but like. Where like I think she probably still goes home had the hourglass twist not happen, but also it's like that's under the assumption that like half the tribe is safe to begin with. That's also under the assumption that like nothing crazy happens after like the first day. Or like again, this seemed like she was like a clear, easy like consensus target on the first day, but like obviously things would probably change. But still, yeah, that's probably still my biggest knock against her game is the merge round. But, like yeah, overall, like I mean, at this point, I have Erica as like a very solid like middle tier winner. Like she's essentially like I think I would have her like I forgot I think it was above like 1 spot above Adam. It's like she's still relatively low on the winner ranking. Like she's still like what like lower 20s, right? But like still not like a terrible winner. Where like I was talking about her as like right above like Michelle, I think, right? Like immediately after the finale.
What about the city's thieves? Do they have a guild?
Which yeah, at this point she's much higher than that.
I don't know why. What are you going to do?
Make some friends.
Okay. So that's it for sequence 2, right? I'm trying to think, how far do I want to go tonight? So we're at 3:18. I did Da Vinci disappearance last time, right? Which we're not doing this time. Yeah, I think we'll finish sequence 3. Maybe try to do the, like, Costello stuff in sequence 4, and then call it a night, maybe? We'll see. Yeah, that's also the thing, too. Yeah, she was not at camp for the merge round, for the beginning of the merge round. So it was, like, easy to kind of pick on her, which also, that was also a consequence of the hourglass twist. So again, like, there's a lot of, like, wonkiness around that.
You hurt someone pulling stuff.
So yeah, like, at this point, like, I don't really hold those things that much against her. It's like the more things is like the fact that she wasn't really in a power position early on. She doesn't really get into a power position until like the final 8, and it's like, yeah, she kind of runs the game for Final Eon, but also like, I don't know, I mean, she kind of does like really final, like, also she's like a major part of the Shand round, though I think the actual execution of the Shand boot itself is more so on Ricard. Where I think Erica's just like kind of the biggest beneficiary of it. And then I think Final 7, Final 6, Final 5, Erica, you can say, is in control. But then Final 4, I think she kind of gets lucky at like just Xander's weird, like a weird like concept of like taking her to the end because she is the biggest threat, and thinking that it's like obviously like this concept of like not wanting her to have the chance of going into fire making. But again, like, I feel like that's something that's like has nothing to do with what Erica did in the game. How come it took 2 Assassin's Creed games for them to get Assassin's Creed 3? Because Brotherhood and Revelations were not planned. Both these games were developed in a year. Because Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood was part of Assassin's Creed 2 initially. Not the entirety of this game, but like the initial concept of this game was like of like Rome being a setting, and it taking place 4 years later and whatnot. Like that was actually in Assassin's Creed 2, but then at the end of development they realized that they couldn't fit it all into one game, so they decided to split off into 2 games and then create like a whole big, like obviously made it a full game here in Brotherhood, and also slightly changed the ending of AC2. Which, if you read the book Renaissance, you can see what the original ending of AC2 is. Where it's like 4 years later, he actually kills Rodrigo. Like the storylines have changed a bit. But then Revelations, like, they literally made it in like 9 months. Like, they literally made it like really quickly. Not 9 months, I think it was 11 months or something like that. But super quickly. And that's why like there's like a billion teams that worked on Revelations, because they really rushed that game together. It's insane how good it is, considering they rushed it all together. Mind you, it's as good as it is because of the writing, because the actual gameplay is like very meh. Like, it's pretty much a dumbed down version of Brotherhood, but narratively it is incredible. Do I want the production fourth wall breaking to continue? Not really, but I'm also like I don't care enough that it's there either. Like, it's not like something I'm like, oh my, like, this is ruining Survivor that we have Jeff talking to the camera. It's like, it doesn't matter, really. But, ideally it wouldn't be there. Yeah, I agree. 41 was saved by its cast. I still think the 41 cast is incredible. But, I think production got in the way quite a bit that harms the season. Where I rank Erica as a player in terms of rank her within what? I remember Survivor NZ Thailand premiere did a 4th wall break. I actually don't remember that. Mind you, I haven't watched Survivor New Zealand Thailand forever at this point. Was it the horror chanting? I mean, don't you know that's just a Roman thing? That's what they do in Rome. It just like changes the nighttime. or ranked every player. Again, I think that's arbitrary though, because like every winner, like most winners would be like towards the top. Like I mean, Erica would probably be top 100. You would think. I don't know beyond that.
My son Claudio has
If they brought entire cast back for a redo, which would be the most interesting.
Get the others.
And realistically, probably winners at war. But that's obviously like because of other because it's like all winners. And also to see them play a game that isn't affected by fire tokens and Edge of Extinction, all that stuff would also just be interesting. It's just me being an idiot there. Oh cool, the Volpe hit me, that's lovely.
Now you die.
And Vanuatu, I mean like the problem with me and Vanuatu is just that like half the cast is just so bland. That's like my main thing of like not wanting to see Vanuatu back. It's like, yeah, it would be interesting to see how like Chris is now, like really just in general, I think any season of Survivor would be like fascinating to see the cast play again with the knowledge of the previous season and to see how they react now that they know how like certain players play and whatnot. But I think that would also like kind of fundamentally change the game. Though to be fair, All-Star seasons do that anyway. Exile Island? I mean, that would be funny. Wait, what? How am I desyncing? He's right fucking there! This mission sucks, by the way. I hate this mission.
Will Padre Donato be handing out food tomorrow?
Actually, I think even like Game Changers would be interesting to see that. Like, even though like Game Changers obviously gets a lot of criticism, I think it'd be fuck off. I think it'd be interesting. I desynced because I lost the out. He's right fucking behind me. Like I thought I desynced because I got detected. Whatever. Yeah, even Game Changer. I think it'd be interesting to see Game Changer come back now with like the big threats knowing for sure they need to stick together. I think that'd be an interesting element of that. I just think every season would be interesting to see a redo of. Actually, I wonder like how many times would the winner win again if they were to completely redo their season with the knowledge of the again. Like I think if you were to do it without the knowledge of the previous season, I think certain winners can win like almost every, probably not almost every time, but I think obviously like a JT would win Tocantins most of the time. I think Kim Spradlin would win One World most of the time. But I do wonder, like if they do have the knowledge of the previous game, I think it would be interesting to see how many. Who's the winner that would win most of the time? Because it might still be Kim Spradlin. Sophie, I mean, maybe. I mean, the problem that I always have with Sophie is that she's so reliant on Coach being Coach. And again, she is correct in the assessment that Coach is Coach and won't own up to his game and whatnot. But like, she could have been wrong. Like, for all she knows, and considering how much Coach changes his game between Tocantins and Heroes vs. Villains to the way he plays in South Pacific, it's not all around possibility to believe that Coach would have been able to own up to his game at the end. And I just think, like, the fact that she is so reliant on banking on Coach not being able to own up to his game. But essentially, she loses the game if Coach owns up to his game. Like, it's literally, like, 2 sentences different at Final Tribal. Coach probably wins the season. Like, all he needed to do is say, like, yes, I used religion as a way to manipulate people in the game. I ran this game, whatever. Like, he just had to do that sort of stuff. And he probably wins the season. Like, Jim, Whitney, and Keith were all, like, ready to vote for him if he were to own up to his game, and he just doesn't do it. Oh fuck! I'm an idiot. I was like anticipating using the Brotherhood system. We don't have it yet. I mean, the thing is, like, we know Coach is Coach now, though. I think the thing is, though, is that I think at the time, I don't think you can bank on that. When you literally just saw Coach play a radically different game than how he's played in the past. It's like, why are you relying on him just still being the same person? Where the fuck is this poster? Wow, that was like really convoluted. Whatever. Do I like how Roy laughs? Oh, laughs after talking about giving the check to... I don't even remember how he laughed. But I do think it's a funny, like, thing of, like, how much... he seems to be the most, like, actually, like, money-hungry person there. Where, like, most people are there, like, talking about, oh, I want to play Survivor because I want to play the game, I want to win the game. It's like, most people don't seem to care as much about the money. While, like, Roxroy seems to be one of the people that actually wants to win the money. And it's a lot of it's because he wants to give the money to his wife. I just find that humorous. Why did Edge of Extinction have returning players? Because Lynn Spillman just got fired and they didn't have the confidence in the cast to really have a full, like, full newbie cast. Oh yeah, the fourth wall break was when you hear a producer ask a question to Lisa. Yeah, I have no memory of that. But also, like, that's not that big of a fourth wall break. I mean, like, that's something that, like, you see on, like, the challenge all the time. Like, it's not like Matt Chisholm directly talking to the camera. It's like, hey, you know, we're gonna hide an idol right there. Like, all these people need to do is look under the bench, like that sort of thing that Jeff did.
So, what of the thieves?
We had plans to repair this old building, but now that you and I are working together, I would like.
I do wonder with Edge of Extinction though, how much of a how much knowledge did they have that they were going to be on.
I like that idea.
Because if I remember, I don't think they knew for that. Like, I think they were like called for the last second, right? I could be wrong on that, but I believe that was the case. Yeah, again, challenge breaks the fourth wall all the time. Okay, cool. The architect like glitched through him.
Welcome, Ezio, to La Volpe Addormentata.
Chef in 41 reminded you of a high school actor overacting his lines, yeah.
The guild will be run from here.
I guess I could see that.
Visit me whenever you like. There might be objectives to
watch Amazing Race Australia 5. Again, I'm probably not getting to that for a while, but eventually.
Participate if you wish. Perhaps you will show them a thing or two. Ah, yes, I forgot. We also have gambling.
When you think about it, you don't think Natalie wins a redo? Which Natalie are we talking about? White or Anderson?
One last thing. I need your spies to find the apple. It has been taken from
we are searching the city for it already.
Hey, obviously I'm going to answer questions. I mean, that's the point of these streams, is to talk to chat and whatnot. Alright. Did Vision's appearance opens up this early? I thought it was after sequence 4. Yeah, if we're talking about, like, Natalie White, I feel like Natalie White... I mean, again, Natalie White has, like, the Sophie issue, but, like, to an even more extreme of, like, her really relying on Russell. Like, essentially she's relying on Russell messing up more so than, like, her actively doing something well. And I think that's even less reliant to bank on with someone that, like, you haven't even seen before. Like, where at least with Coach, it's like they had seen him on 2 previous seasons of Survivor to use as, like, kind of a guide in terms of how he's going to play. Like with Russell, like she literally had nothing. Anderson, okay. Anderson, I think, is interesting as a player, just in the grand scheme of things, because like Winners at War, I think, did change my opinion of Natalie Anderson. Where, like, I think before that, I would have said, okay, Natalie Anderson, probably top 10 Survivor player, borderline. Where I think at this point, I don't think she is anywhere close, really. Like, I don't remember where I had her on my winner player ranking. But I really feel like the more and more time goes on, like, the less and less I think of Natalie Anderson as a player. Where, like, obviously she had a very strong end game on San Juan del Sur. She had actually a really strong game just in general outside of the Jeremy blindside. And I'm too fair. She was going to take. She fully planned on taking Jeremy to the end, which is a massive misstep. But still, I mean, like as a whole, like very strong player. Again, she did very good in terms of like trying to position herself early on. Was never really in danger early on in the game. Even after Jeremy gets blindsided, she's able to reintegrate herself within the majority. Again, there's all like really good work, even in that aspect of the game. But then, like obviously, she like. Was it kind of like butters John up, only to eventually blindside him. She has the Baylor idle play and all that, which essentially guarantees her to win at that point. But it's like, again, like it's all like really impressive work. But like, yeah, like I don't know how repeatable that win is in the grand scheme of things. Especially when it's like Jeremy's blindside like kind of kickstarts her being as cutthroat as she was. Where I do think from seeing Winners at War, and like seeing how passively she played when she returned, in a position where she needed to play really aggressively if she wanted to win a jury vote. I think that was kind of like a bit of an iffy thing there in terms of her overall game potential. I wouldn't necessarily say she's great under pressure, because again, I think she was in a lot of pressure in Winners at War when she came back. Again, she was getting voted out every single round if she had not won some sort of immunity. But she had an idol at Final 6 and Final 5, and won immunity at Final 4. But yeah, I don't know. I just think Natalie Anderson's like just kind of just overall like a really weird player to assess now. Who I think is the best player to be eliminated and come back to the game? Probably Haley. I mean, it's Haley. I don't think it's much of a question. Like, I don't know who would even be close. Mind you, I've not actually like obviously just like thought about it right away, but like I feel like it's Haley.
Welcome to the Rosa.
If we're talking about like Survivor US, then
Would you be kind enough to call the owner for me?
Probably maybe Burton,
Do you know where she is?
or I mean, debatably Rick Devens. In terms of the fact that he was like obviously gonna win no matter what if he got to the end, and came very close to doing so. But Ozzy, I guess it's like a similar thing to Rick Devens. But I think in terms of like positioning himself in the game, making moves, that sort of thing, I would probably say Burton. Even though he probably doesn't win in the end against anybody except for Lil, and was still planning on taking planning on taking Johnny Fairplay to the end. Oh fuck! I still need a pickpocket. I thought I had enough coming in. This is a shit mission too, by the way. Where you actually have to pickpocket a whole bunch of people. Want Burton to come back and play? I did too. I think it'll be fun. I mean, he's still again. He's friends with Colby and Reynolds. Like they're like best friends. So like he's still like involved in Survivor and everything. He still watches. I think he's like a perfect person for like a second chance season. Mind you, obviously, he kind of technically already had his second chance, if we're like technically, but And that stopped other people. That stopped like a Vetus. I'm too fair. I guess Vetus didn't come back into the game. Did anyone that came back into the game get on a second chance? I don't think so, right? Fuck off. Yeah, Redmond did confirm Hourglass is coming back. However, I don't think it's confirmed that it's going to play out the same way, though. Where, like, I would be surprised if it's the exact same twist again, considering how much negativity there was to it just on the island. Where, like, again, like, Danny and, I'm mostly Danny, but, like, there were still people, like, complaining to Jeff himself, at the island, about how bad the twist is. So, like, I would suspect that they're gonna change it up. But, obviously, we don't have any proof on that. Yeah, I love Sean Rector. I think it's a travesty that he hasn't played Survivor again. And to be, I think it's probably the best time for him to come back. I think if there's a second chance too, and they do like a ballot again or something, like I wouldn't be surprised if Sean Rector's on the ballot. Considering like he's kind of become like not necessarily top of mind, but he's kind of like a bit more active in the community again after the diversity initiative and everything. He's done RGP a few times. Like I think he's probably more like I think this is probably the best chance for him to come back. Is now more so than any other time outside of All Stars. Does he want to come back? I think I remember I read his quarantine questionnaire, and essentially his answer was I believe he essentially said yes if they get rid of the racism. So maybe. I think if they were to ask him, I think he would say yes. Like, I mean, his answer is like a bit like wishy-washy in terms of what he actually said, but like I think if my projection is like if they call him up, say, hey, do you want to play again? I think he would say yes. If he had, like, obviously if there's not other things going on in his life. But I think if he has the time, I think he would do it. How can Hourglass be changed? I think quite a bit. I think just in the format of like who, I think if you make the person who makes the decision safe no matter what, I think that's a major thing that just inherently changes up the Hourglass twist. I think was just terrible the first time around. That made it not even a choice. Where Erica is essentially choosing between being safe, or being one of only 5 people that are able to be voted for. It's like, why would she pick the other one? Like, why would she ever choose to be vulnerable in that situation? Especially when no one's gonna hold it against her. Like, everyone's gonna recognize oh yeah, I understand why Erica decided to be safe. It's fucking dumb, the entire premise of the decision. Where I think just that one fundamental change is already better in that sense. Where it actually at least makes it an actual decision. But even beyond that, I think you could probably shake up some things in terms. One, don't lie to the players and say that you're going to be safe if you win the immunity challenge. I think that's one thing. I think there's a lot of things you could possibly change with it. But I do expect 42, and Redman's confirmed that 42 is essentially going to be a redo of 41 from a twist perspective, where Do or Die is back, Beware advantages are back. Again, Hourglass is back, but not again. Who knows if it's the same? So again, everything's going to be back. It's just a matter of do they make slight modifications to it? Oh, fuck off. Do appreciate in this era of Survivor, people don't get mad about players making choices like that. Yeah. I mean, again, I think that's what Survivor's become now. That Survivor's become so meta that I don't think you're gonna get this like raw, unless you pick someone that literally has no clue what the fuck they're doing on the show, which doesn't happen anymore, typically. I think almost everyone that gets cast for Survivor at this point knows Survivor and knows that it's a game. Like I think that's who they want to cast on the show nowadays. So like even someone like a Nora, who again like knew very little about Survivor, like even she like knew it was a game and like was not upset like at people making game moves around her. Yeah, I think they're casting a specific type for Survivor nowadays that doesn't get upset at that sort of thing, which I think can be a pro or a con. Again, I don't think we're as likely to get like some like massive drama from people being upset at other people for playing the game and that sort of thing. But it's at the back, isn't it? Like I just think Survivor's become so focused on the game, like the game / also the people, but also like the people as actual people, not necessarily like TV characters. I have not played Night in the Woods.
What are you doing in Roma?
Which one is Night in the Woods? I forgot if I own it or not. Because I always get Night in the Woods confused with other games. I don't think it's the one I own. No, it's not.
I was trying to help you by sending you.
Or maybe it is. I don't fucking remember anymore. Maybe I do own it, maybe I don't. I get all these sort of games confused in terms of which ones I own or not. But yeah, I have heard good things about it.
Someone who can run things, we're finished. I'll do it.
You do not belong here, Claudia.
I know how
I hate the Beware advantage in terms of like the you can't vote and all that stuff. But I love the Beware advantage in terms of like saying all the phrases. Like I think that stuff's like really fun. Like it's good TV at least.
I intend to repair the brothel.
I don't love the element of
to find Katarina Sforza.
You can count on
I don't love the elements of fuck. What was I trying to say? Public idols. That's what it was. Publicly known idols. Especially when you have to like do that much work to get that publicly known idol. I think that's kind of shit. But it's still it's fun TV either way. Which people on Big Brother catch up? I mean, the thing is, I think they have, for the most part. It's just that, like, most people have caught up to BB16 and beyond, to where, like, everyone that gets cast on Big Brother has a general sense of Big Brother. It's just that it's the Big Brother that, like, Derek dominated, and a lot of people, like, know, like, the setup, the power structure that Derek did. And, like, yeah, you still get, like, people here and there that, like, still don't know what they're doing.
Welcome to the Rosa and Fiore.
But I still think the majority of casts still have a basic knowledge of recent Big Brother.
I keep a list of the skills taught to my girls.
It's just that Big Brother's not super interesting
not
TV.
teaching them much.
Think you could do better?
Why did I praise Ting Ting? I think Ting Ting is a player that has a lot of potential. I'd love to see Ting Ting back. Especially when you have, like, again, when we're having this pre-merge tribe, it's mind-blowing to me that Ting Ting's not on there. Like, it's surprising me they went for Tanya in particular over Ting Ting. And, like, I get the casting choice of Tanya. She's a fun character. She's essentially the Debbie of Survivor SA. But I think Ting Ting overall just has so much more potential as a player. Well, I think Tanya's definitely going to play, but I don't see that much potential in Tanya. By the way, I can't believe it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I think we'll finish sequence 3. I guess we won't do the Costello stuff, but we'll finish sequence 3. So we'll do this last mission over there, and then we'll probably call it a night. Oh yeah, I love the like the Nasir, the reveal Nasir having the idol and everything. Probably my favorite moment of all 41. Even though it's like such a minor thing, it's probably my favorite moment there. I mean, that and like I like what you said about broccoli. I think like that again, like all that stuff. Like, it's so much fun to me. I just love those moments. I hope 42 provides the same sort of dumb moments. I was thinking back on this, like I was thinking like today with Survivor, Australian Survivor, like with this being like this really big blind side. And even though again, I expected Jesse was going. It's more so like the situations around it. Like I was kind of thinking, like, how long has it been since I've like genuinely loved a vote out, and like was genuinely surprised at the vote out? Like, has it been since John Hennigan? I guess. That like I've been like genuinely surprised at a vote off on Survivor US at least. And like surprised in a way that's like, oh wow, that was amazing. More so than like, oh, okay, well, it was between these two people and the other person I like didn't think was going home went home. Like that's just kind of like whatever. But like I mean the Sophie one's like great, but it's like also like yeah, it felt like Sophie was going home. I think John Hennigan might be the last time like I was actually blindsided at something. On Survivor US. Dan blindside? Are we talking about David's Goliath? Because I felt like that was super foreshown. To the point where I actually didn't like that episode at the time because I was like super underwhelmed. Because I was like, okay, well, Dan's going home. Like I was like the entire time I was like, Dan's going home. I mean, I guess Tiffany shocked me, but like not because like it was an interesting vote off though. And actually, it didn't shock me by the time that the vote happened. Like because like I was thinking, like it shocked me from the beginning of the episode. But like as the episode went along, and like we saw like Tiffany was like kind of aloof and like not being included in any plans, and like there was no moment of her trying to save herself like before Tribal. Like I was like, oh, Tiffany is going home. Okay. Yeah, like because like I just feel like there's like very few vote outs in like recent history that have like really like it's like whenever I think of like my favorite Survivor vote offs, like it's like the merge vote in Kakian was this like moment where like I just remember being like super hyped after that, and like the Garrett blindside also, and Kakian's another one. But like I just remember like being super excited after those rounds, and like I think the John Hennigan was another one of these rounds where like it really like reminded me how much like why I love Survivor. And I feel like recently, like I mean the Sophie one was like again like kind of that, but like also not because like I kind of saw it coming. But like I just don't feel like there are that many moments anymore in recent Survivor, like individual vote-offs that quite hit that level anymore. Because like I was thinking of 41, like what was the best vote-off 41? Probably the Sydney vote. Probably, but even then, like that was just like, wait, I died? Oh, I had no health. I didn't pay attention there. Okay, cool. Okay, Matt Rogers champion. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. If we're going international, and to be fair, also probably like debatably like merge vote of. I mean, the thing is that also those are kind of foreshown, but yeah, merge vote of Australian Survivor Brains vs Brawn. Also merge vote of SA, Immunity Island. I think both of those are up there as well. But again, both of those like were kind of obvious by the time they happened.
Ezio Auditore! Come in! I'll kill you if you don't.
Bartolomeo.
But yeah, have I ever played Stanley Parable? I have. I like it. I haven't played in forever though. It's been like 10 years or something, or I guess as you've been 10 years since it came out. But I don't know. It's probably been like 5 years maybe. Then no, it's been a while.
Here she is.
Has my opinion solidified on where 41 ranks? I think it's pretty much like. I don't know, actually, I was gonna say in the middle, but like I think it's gone down. I think it has gone down because I remember at the time, I was saying it was probably like at the top of the middle tier. I think, where I think at this point it's probably at the bottom of the middle tier. Actually, I want to look at my season ranking real quick. I'll probably have to look at my global one because that one's a bit more updated, obviously.
But know this. The Borgia position is weak. If you can defeat them, we can concentrate our forces on the French.
Yeah, it's probably not as high anymore.
It is the least the wife can do.
Like, I would have like Nicaragua, Fiji, Gabon above it, Vanuatu's maybe. Like, I think that's probably where it is. Like, probably below Vanuatu, above Marquesas, like kind of in that sort of spot. Which I don't know where that actually puts that in terms of the U.S. list, but I would suspect somewhere in like 25 to 30, like somewhere in that range. Where I mean, like I guess I can run through it. So it's above Australia, Outback, Thailand, One World, Island of the Idols, Redemption Island, All Stars, Cook Islands, Ghost Island, Karamoan, Game Changers. I think that's actually maybe that's the spot. Is it above or below Borneo? I think maybe that is the question. Because like, I mean, if it's above Borneo, then I think it's above like Africa and Marquesas, because I think those three are kind of like a block, but they're all kind of together. I think it's probably higher, realistically. So I would put it at what, like 26? Because like at that point, it's like, is it better or worse than Vanuatu? I think it's very close. So yeah, I think it's around that spot, like 25, 26. That's kind of the vibe I get. Love the Final 7 Tribal on Media Island. I do too, but again, like the actual vote off though was like kind of like whatever. Like it was kind of obvious that Wardall was going home.
Someone stop their leader before he gets to the tower.
I'm really in general, like I just want to like, how many times have I been like, has there been like a viewer blindside? To me, again, I know a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I was surprised when this happened," but like, I'm just genuinely like not that surprised most of the time when it comes to, and like also like I feel like even then like in terms of the editing, usually it's portrayed as, oh, it's either this person or this person. But like, how many times in Survivor history where has it been like where they don't really like they don't properly set up the boot, but like also. But not in like a crazy way where like it just not where like it just doesn't make sense, but more so in like that they like purposely like hide it for like I don't know, like an actual good reason. So I guess like the John Hennigan blindside and like the Jeremy blindside and San Juan del Sur. I think those are like the first two that come to mind of like viewer blindsides that like also make sense within the context of what we were given. Where like we see the setup for those moves, but like the edit isn't necessarily like telling you like, okay, these things are for sure happening. And actually, the John Hennigan ones probably less so, considering they never actually explicitly say, yeah, we're targeting John. Or like at least the Jeremy ones, like they actually do say we're targeting Jeremy, but it's just that you're not actually led to believe that that's actually what's going to happen. Valhalla is $24. Is it worth it? I mean, if you want a lot of content, then yes. I mean, it matters what you are looking for in a game. I I adored Valhalla at the time. Actually, I don't know, adored is really the right term, but I liked Valhalla at the time that it came out. But again, this is like, I loved it because of the Easter eggs it had towards the rest of the series and like the connections it had to the rest of the series. But as an actual game, it's just fucking long. It's like ridiculously long. Like that's the biggest issue with the main game is how fucking fillery it is. Like the entire, like what, like 80% of the game is filler? Because essentially the way the game is structured is that you have this map with a whole bunch of regions, and each region, along with each region comes this like story arc. And the game forces you to get to the ending to play the story arc from all of these regions. The problem is that only like 5 of them actually progress the main story. So essentially you're playing like 13 whatever regions or so that are, I forgot how many arcs there are in the game. But like you're playing a good chunk of regions that add nothing to the actual story. They're just like filler side content. And yeah, like it's one of the main reasons why I just can't imagine myself actually enjoying a replay of Valhalla. Where like the first playthrough is incredible, like just trying to like piecing things together, like figuring out the connection to the rest of the series. Like there's some great moments there, but even then, like I think you would have to be a bigger Assassin's Creed fan to recognize those things. Where again, like there's a storyline that's set up in Brotherhood here that gets wrapped up through Valhalla, and that blew my fucking mind at the time. And I still love Dar McDevitt, who's the writer of Valhalla. I still love that he did it, but it also doesn't actually even matter. But it's still incredible that they like tied up a loose end from this game in a game that was released like 10 years later. Never beat Dragon Age Inquisition because yeah, I mean Valhalla's even worse. I never finished Dragon Age Inquisition because I just hated how much it forced you to do side content. And to be fair, I mean, like, Valhalla tries to hide it a bit more than Dragon Age Inquisition, which, like, is blatantly them trying to make you do side content. But, it's so bloated. Like, it literally took me, I forgot, how long did it take me to do my initial playthrough? Was it, like, 100 and something hours? I'm pretty sure it was. Dang it, I did almost, actually, no, I didn't do everything. That's the thing that's crazy about Valhalla, is that I did every, like, world event, and then I did like the side content that related to story stuff. But like, there's still a lot of stuff in Valhalla I haven't done, and I put over 100 hours into my first playthrough.
I'm no good with these things. You are the educated one. You approve the plans.
Va bene. But in return, I need to know Cesare and Rodrigo's every move. Can your men keep track of them for me?
Of course.
Origins is a weird one. Like I feel like if I were to play Origins raw, I would probably not like it as much as I do. But because I played Origin, first time I played Origins, obviously I wanted to do everything, so I did everything. And like through that, I was obviously leveled up at every opportunity. And then like most times I played after that, I play at New Game Plus, so it doesn't matter what level I am or whatever. But I feel like if I were to like come into the game like not wanting to do everything and playing it from scratch, I feel like it would annoy the shit out of me. But I didn't really have that negative experience, which is like, I kind of had that a bit more of Odyssey, even though I did do everything in Odyssey still.
This board shows the ranks of our top warriors. Prove your skills, and you will move up the list.
But also the thing about Valhalla too is that it's dumb that they try to make you think that there's not levels in the game when there clearly are levels. That's another thing about Valhalla. They don't matter as much, but there are levels. And you will be fucked if you do things under leveled. Particularly, actually, I forgot about that. I never finished Hamptonshire, like the final arc, like technical arc in the game. I never finished it in my replay because I was rushing through the game on my replay. And because of that, I was under level coming into the final arc, and I couldn't fucking finish the boss battle, so I was like, fuck that. I'm not going to waste that much more time.
Bartolomeo to come see me at Isola Tiberina with a report about Cesare and Rodrigo's whereabouts.
He will be there.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a choice on Elden Ring or Valhalla, I would recommend Elden Ring, even though I haven't played Elden Ring, and again, I've said this in the past, Elden Ring is not a game for me. But I think you're getting a more quality experience with Elden Ring than you are with Valhalla. I finished Valhalla in terms of the main story and everything. I just haven't completed it in terms of 100% completion. Which I've done with every other Assassin's Creed game. I have 100% completed every other Assassin's Creed game at one point in my life, except for Valhalla.
We now have the names of several Templar agents Cesare has recruited to terrorize Roma.
How do I find them?
I wonder how long does it actually take the 100% completion, because like there's so much bullshit in that game to where like after like a total of like 100 and I don't know how many hours I've actually put into it now, but even then like there's still like I've only 100% completed like a fourth of the map.
Claudia, Bartolomeo, and La Volpe are waiting for
according to this, says 135 hours for completion, which that does seem still low to me. Yeah, I didn't even play the DLCs. Like I owned them. I bought the season pass, but I still never did play the DLCs. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, the 2001 Survivor game would be funny to play. Also, the Wii game, the Wii Survivor game that came out in like what 2008 or something. I think that'd be funny too.
So the Castello it is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Horizon Forbidden West is incredible. It's a sequel in the best possible way, where it takes everything the first game does, gameplay-wise, improves upon it, and it also tells a story that is also like of the same quality.
Bartolomeo is right.
And also further expands upon the world building and the lore and all that stuff. And also the character of Aloy. I'm still debating over how much I want to go in depth on the retrospective or on the spoiler review, where like I think I'm gonna save some for like a retrospective down the road, but there's so much to talk about. Like immediately after I finished playing the game, I was already like I started like to look at like people's reactions to it, and like I think I can't really talk about it here. I'm not gonna spoil things, but. Like, I think the people that talk about how, I think the criticisms towards Aloy's character are not warranted. And I think a lot of people also just miss things because they didn't do all the optional dialogue. Like, I was like listening to like a spoiler cast, and they were like complaining at how much like, oh, this just happens out of nowhere. Where it's like, if you listen to the optional dialogue, they explicitly say this throughout the game. But whatever. Major upgrading to Series S instead of PS5. Would love to play Sony's games. I mean, yeah, I love the current model of Sony games. I know there's a lot of criticism to like God of War and Horizon and Last of Us and all these things for like just being similar style of games, but again, those are the games that are for me. Those are the games that I personally do really enjoy. Should I go on? I'll be honest, like, I can go for more. Like, I'm not, like, that tired, but also it's 3:30 in the morning. And, like, I'm off tomorrow, so, like, it doesn't really matter that much, but, fuck it, let's go. We'll do the Castillo stuff. Shouldn't take too long. Like, it's probably, what, 30 minutes? If we can get there. I think that's also a decent spot to leave off, because like I feel like I can finish Brotherhood next time we stream it from this point. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, Velmo is in Multiverses, which obviously that's the character everyone wanted. I won't spoil Horizon here. I will. I think the next stream will probably be me doing Horizon side content though. Which again, I'm not gonna explicitly spoil anything through that, but like just through seeing the open world stuff, there might be like minor spoilers there in terms of. I think there'll be like one specific thing in terms of a gameplay mechanic that's there that doesn't show up until pretty late into the game, but. Yeah, hopefully either you get to that point by then or aren't too bothered by seeing it. Too bad. I mean, like I had a sense it was coming anyway, even before it happened. But yeah. I mean, to me, Horizon is essentially everything I wanted from Assassin's Creed. Like Horizon is my new Assassin's Creed, essentially. In terms of like the world building, the lore, even like how it progresses as a series. Where again, like AC2 to Brotherhood is very similar to me to Horizon Zero Dawn to Forbidden West in the way they treat each other as like essentially like the direct continuation of the previous game. With like steady improvements to the previous game without completely rehauling the entire formula. Okay. I mean, really, I think the comparison is like Horizon to, like, I think there are like comparisons to Ubisoft games, but I think Horizon is a lot more polished. And I think actually, polished is probably not the right term. I think it's more deliberate. Maybe is the right term. Where like I feel like Ubisoft games are the way that they are because they're Ubisoft games and they're like just trying to redo the same game over and over and over again. Well, like I feel like Horizon like adds more purpose to the reason why it's built the way it is.
They are going to torture her. You are here for Cesare and Rodrigo.
Catarina is a powerful ally.
Only thing you don't love about Horizon is gear upgrades. It feels like you have to go out of your way to upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't find it that bothersome personally, but like I agree that that's like kind of an annoying thing. I mean, there's things that I haven't upgraded. Like I haven't upgraded most of my pouches. I put what 53 hours to finish the main story in side content and like side missions, I should say, in Forbidden West, and I still haven't upgraded like my medicine pouch or like I think the only thing I upgraded in terms of pouches was like my spikes, whatever. I don't know if it's a pouch or whatever, but either way, like I've barely upgraded any of that stuff. Because I just haven't gotten out of my way to do any of the upgrades. I'm a fucking idiot. Whatever. I almost fucked that up. I mean, I'm talking about like story-wise than gameplay-wise. Yeah, like gameplay-wise, like again, yeah, Witcher. I mean, Horizon is The Witcher. Like it is very inspired by The Witcher 3. That is actually its direct inspiration gameplay-wise. Where again, like the Assassin's Creed games, the Witcher-style RPG Assassin's Creed games didn't come out until 8 months after Horizon Zero Dawn came out. Like Horizon came out first.
Roma is the pillar that holds our entire enterprise.
But I'm talking like I think the comparisons to Assassin's Creed for me are narratively. Again, where the old ones is very similar to the Isu storyline, especially with the Far Zenith element of it, is very similar to the Isu's. Mind you, I do think it's more ingrained within sci-fi in Horizon. Especially now. I mean, to be fair, it was also in Assassin's Creed until they fucking ruined it more recently, where now they've like added in mythical bullshit. But still. Like, I just think the overall way that Horizon handles its lore and world building, like, starts off in a similar way to how Assassin's Creed did, but then actually like goes all in on it, unlike Assassin's Creed, which kind of gave up on it because like Ubisoft was trying to cater towards like the more casual audience. Fuck. Wish machine overrides lasted longer. Yeah, I'll be honest, like, I don't use overrides that often. Like obviously I do for like traversal, like in terms of like getting a charger, getting a I forgot what are the big ones that you can ride? Are those bristleback? One of the other things. And I know that I think I'm gonna kill myself. Traversal and stuff I do it, but like usually for like combat I don't do it that much. Overrides. I was like fighting a Stormbird, and like I decided to it was like a side mission or whatever. But like and you had to kill the Stormbird. So like I decided to override it, and I realized, oh shit, I still have to kill it. And then like once the override like was finished, like it regained health, and I was like, well, fuck that. Like that was annoying. So like by me overriding it, I essentially made the fight harder. Which, by the way, Forbidden West feels a lot harder than Zero Dawn. And maybe like maybe part of that is because like I haven't played Zero Dawn like outside of like I haven't played Zero Dawn on normal in forever. Because like I mean I did play on normal on stream, but I played a New Game Plus normal. And then like every single time after my first playthrough that I've done like a playthrough that wasn't New Game Plus, I played on easy. So I haven't played like on normal in a very long time. But like from what I played of Forbidden West, where like most of the time I played on normal, but I did switch to easy at some points. Like it is way more difficult than I remembered. Not that it's like a brutally difficult game, but like it's still like it definitely is harder than I remember being. Mind you, I'm on my replay right now that I'm like just rushing through the game. I'm playing on story mode, and it is hilariously easy. Yeah, oh yeah, spike throwers are fantastic. I especially the explosive ones. There's some bosses that are not bosses, but like some massive machines that you can take out super quickly with those. So yeah, I did love using those. For using stealth, I mean, I usually try to do stealth at first, but then like fuck it up, and then I'm just like, okay, whatever, who cares at this point. I think the only time I was actually successfully... I'm an idiot. What the fuck? But yeah, I think the only time I was successfully able to use stealth was, like for a long period of time, was one of the... Actually, spoiler, last mission in the game, there is a lot of ability to use stealth. I am this far back. Fuck that. But I was actually successful at that point, but like it literally took until the very end of the game for me to actually like do well stealth-wise. And part of that, yeah, but like in terms of the difficulty and everything, it probably is just the fact that I haven't played Zero Dawn on anything but easy and New Game Plus in forever, but again, it did feel a lot more difficult on playing Forbidden West.
Cesare.
Lucrezia.
Do I have to... Wait, can you skip cutscenes? You can, right? Yeah, okay. Skip that. How fast are loading times? This is kind of fast. Well, like 6-7 seconds. Wait, did I do it too early that time? Oh, I was supposed to jump one more. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I almost fucked that up, though. Am I excited for Gotham Knights? Not really, if I'm being honest. I'm probably more excited for Suicide Squad than I am for Gotham Knights.
Machiavelli is going to be very disappointed.
I forgot, who's even developing it? Is it Warner Bros. Montreal? By the way, that's something I haven't talked about yet. like Marty on Big Brother Canada, kind of disturbs me when I hear him talk, because I always think of the fucking like developers of Assassin's Creed whenever I hear his voice, because like obviously he's like French Canadian, so it's like his voice just reminds me of all the like developer, like specifically like the Ubisoft Quebec developers. Even though I don't even think he's from Quebec, right? I think, or maybe I don't remember. Either way, the Ubisoft Quebec. It's like when they announced Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and it's like that. Like the Assassin's Creed Odyssey announcement has scarred me for life. Where like whenever I hear like a French Canadian talk, like it just like comes off as kind of a joke to me. Like whenever I hear their voice, like I don't know, it's just like I don't know, it's just like when I hear when I think of Assassin's Creed Odyssey's announcement, it's like when he's talking, this is not just an Odyssey, it is your Odyssey. It's like that sort of stuff that just makes me laugh every single time I hear it. Do I know French? No, I don't. He's from New Brunswick. But anyway, I think it's more so just like the French, like Canadian accents. Suicide Squad is what you wanted Guardians of the Galaxy to be. Yeah, I'm very like mixed on Guardians of the Galaxy. Where like, I mean, obviously a lot of people talk about like it being a Game of the Year contender. It won what, Best Narrative, right? Which is insane to me.
I cannot get it myself.
I almost got that on Detective, but whatever.
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Paying a visit to the tailor.
Rescuing me will provoke Cesare's wrath.
Fortunately for us, he is away.
But yeah, like Guardians of the Galaxy, like it's kind of gotten to the point where like I don't remember it as well. Like it's funny because like fuck, I just hit the mic. But like I'm also gonna do the 2021 year in gaming video, and I'm gonna have to talk about Guardians of the Galaxy. But like I don't feel like I remember it that well anymore. And like even something like a Kenna Bridge of Spirits, I don't feel like I remember as much anymore. Actually, I want to look at I'm looking at the list of games from 2021. Yeah, like I think those are probably the big two actually. That like I just have very little memory of at this point. I'm too like the other ones I at least like I made the ones I played like way back. I at least made videos of. So like Lost Judgment. It's like even though it's been a while since I played it, it's like I made a video about Lost Judgment. So I have a good of that stuck in my mind. Same thing with Hitman 3. Same thing with Life is Strange: True Colors. And also I played a ridiculous amount of Life is Strange: True Colors. So that makes more sense too. Wait. Oh no, I have to get the key first. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. I'm just not even paying attention. Other side. But yeah, so again, I think we'll finish this section here. And then we'll probably call it a night.
Please.
Yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock.
If Cesare found out, who knows what he would do.
Bug Snacks is very good.
Are you not newly widowed?
Yeah, I hear it's very good. I probably won't play it for a while, but
that should not. What was that?
I'm late for rehearsal.
I keep on forgetting to respond to this. Yeah, top 5 Amazing Race teams: Flo and Zach, Brooke and Scott, Colin Christie, Charlotte Mirna, BJ and Tyler. That's probably actually pretty close to my top 5. Like I think Flo and Zach, Colin Christie, Charlotte Mirna are for sure there. BJ and Tyler are probably like bordering, and then Brooke and Scott, maybe. But yeah, I think it's pretty close to mine. My bitrate just dropped significantly though, but it's fine. It's fine.
pity Cesare is no longer here. He would have enjoyed this.
My fight is not with you, Lucrezia. Free Caterina, and I will stand down.
Impossible.
Then you leave me no choice.
Guards!
Yeah, like with Amazing Race, I feel like if I were to pick my favorite team, it probably would be Colin Christie. I did not mean to do that. I meant to kill the guy that was fucking in front of me, but fine. Wait, why is she even killable? You like Brooke more than Flo, because Brooke is more entertaining than rude. Yeah. I think she's more self-aware. Like, even though she has these, like, freakouts and everything, I think she's, like, aware that she's, like, freaking out. More so than Flo, who's, like, actually genuinely upset.
I cannot leave you out here to cause trouble, so you're coming with me. Scream, however. I will be forced to take your tongue.
Actually, shouldn't I let her run? Like, realistically?
I see him! Go! Go!
Come on. I mean, to me, that's like what makes them Colin Christie better. To me, is their return. I mean, like obviously, like they're fantastic their first time around, but I think like what makes them like a definitive #1 for me is their return. Where like I just think it's a perfect story arc that they are like this team that the first time around is like very argumentative with each other and are like super cutthroat and whatnot, and then like that, and like. Despite them playing probably one of the better races on that season. I mean, I guess probably best. I mean, obviously they come in they get saved by Nolan, but it's like despite like their aggressive nature and everything, they still end up losing that season. And then for them to come back on a return like how many years later, like 15 years later or whatever, and like be seeming like radically different people, like a lot more mellow people, and like winning. On their return, I think it's like a much more fascinating story arc to me.
You ignored the consequences of
I'm an idiot. That's not what I meant to do. There we go.
into motion, but unwilling to see them through.
Really sad for SA9. Worried for Plus and Chappies. Yeah, again, like I feel like they're the two biggest names. I'm not as worried in terms of them being early boots. Are you okay. I thought I accidentally killed her again. Like, I don't think Chappies is going to be an early boot. I wouldn't think. I mean, this is something I've noticed, though. Like, if you look at if we are doing pre-merge versus post-merge, I feel like the pre-merge tribe seems pretty weak, in terms of, physical strength. And, like, I feel like that probably is part of the reason why they cast people like a Sheamus.
Ignorant make easy targets.
But like, yeah, the pre-merge tribe does not seem like the strongest tribe in the world. Come on. Oh yeah, I was a big Globetrotters fan when I was a kid. They'd probably be in my top 5. Maybe someday I'll watch Arcane. Maybe.
Salute, Lucrezia.
At some point in my life.
Oh, I've missed you. Vai a farti fottere, Troia. Always a pleasure. Bring her here, I'll take the key.
Expecting them to swap early?
Classy.
When they swap in SA8? They did it after, like, episode 2, right?
Guards! That's enough out of you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's definitely a possibility.
I guess we are going out the front.
Yeah, I think if PK and Tevin don't get to play together again, I think that'd be a travesty.
Which way did he go? Ah! No,
Even though, like, I think there is at least a chance that ends up being kind of boring to see them back together. Because, like, from what I understand, they are genuinely friends outside the show now. But, like, you would think that there's still going to be some, like, mistrust between them, or distrust between them due to what happened.
As it if I have a choice.
And yeah, Tar and Will are great TV. Ken Gerard are really likable. I love Jamie and Kara at the time, but that might be for reasons outside of them as racers. Yeah, Kevin Drew are great. I never got the Uchenna and Joyce, to be honest. Like, they're likable, but like,
it's not your family.
Like, I don't know, they're
That
kind of
night at the villa, I had to ensure our allegiance to protect Forley.
I'm still getting these lobby famous things. I'm getting 2 in a row. Wow, that's something. Oh yeah, but it's like we also like already had Chip and Kim, who I think are like better versions in like every possible way. I think they're better TV. I think they're also better racers. Like they also like won like 2 seasons prior.
Don't you dare.
It's very similar to be saving people for All Stars, but cast Chappie speak it. I don't think they're saving people for All Stars. I think that's actually I think I edited that out of the video, didn't I? I forgot if I did or not, but I did talk about it. I think I edited it out. But yeah, I think this concept of them like saving people for All Stars is kind of ridiculous. They're not saving people for All Stars. Like I don't even think they can think that far ahead at this point. I think it is purely a threat level, like perspective. Like I just think they want to have the cast that is mostly balanced to where they don't have anyone that's like too good of a player, but also like no one that's like too big of a legacy on the season. Or again, I think they blatantly went out of their way to do so by having no finalists, and I think now without like Werner. I just think they're like clearly like trying to avoid having these people that are like considered like the best players of all time. Where again, like where the biggest names on the cast are these people who have massive glaring holes in their games, in like Palessa and Chappies. I just think they're clearly not trying to get the biggest players. Or, like, not the biggest players, that's probably not the right phrase, but the players with the biggest legacies. It is up here, right? I just realized I don't think I've ever done this in my entire life, actually carrying her around the entire time. Because I'm pretty sure if you leave her in the middle, you can do it. But yeah, see you later. Zaytuan? Is that even his name? Yeah, see you later, Sorko, as well. Again, we're about to end after I finish this mission, which is probably like 5 minutes. I just want to get us to a point where like I feel secure and that I can finish the game next time. Which I feel like we should be able to from this point. Or Kim and Penn in Iron Man 3? Is that a thing? That's Arab in origin. I assumed. It's just, yeah, sorry. I'm bad at pronouncing names. You can't tell.
What's wrong with you? Bring him back.
I think I actually remember now. That's bizarre. Okay, wait.
You'll be waiting for me.
What about you?
Someone has to stay here and distract the guards.
Get back in one piece, or I will never forgive myself.
Go!
Yeah, That's something. I actually, I feel like I remember it now. At least Kim's role, I should say. Yeah, Ken's. I was starting about these, so I pronounced everyone's name wrong. By the way, get ready for the merge boot ranking for South Africa, where the merge boot of Panama, I kept on saying Brigitte, mainly because I didn't know how to I forgot how you pronounce her name, and at the time I didn't find like an easy way to see the pronunciation. I believe it's Brigitte, so it's like completely off. But I'm fucking keeping it in the video. Fuck that. I'm not redoing it. It's just funny how like completely wrong it is. I watched A Million Ways to Die in the West. I remember Rupert being in it, but like I don't remember his actual role. Wasn't he just like some random guy in the bar?
Quick! Back to the Castello!
Oh. Okay. Oh, is that a thing in Overwatch? Let Chico? Either way. Watching SA5 for first time, felt really bad for Killarney. Yeah. Again, that's the thing with Killarney, is that like, I don't know how much game potential she really has. But, again, like, I mean, I think she obviously, like, had a bad experience the first time around. And I think it'll be nice to see her have a better experience this time around. Mind you, two of the people who treated her poorly were Shane and Marion, who are also on this cast. Mind you, not the racism from like Zan. But it'll be interesting either way for Killarney. Where she is definitely the biggest question mark to me. Just as a whole in terms of casting. But again, she does have a nice like story for a return here. Oh yeah, Pinty is also weird though. But like Pinty, like I like even though Pinty was not on my radar, like I at least get like I mean she was on the most recent season. She was like a confrontational figure. Like I get from a TV standpoint why you would bring her back. Now was that someone that I would pick? No. But again, I get it. Like Killarney is bizarre considering it's been like 8 years and she's like the third boot. But and again, I would not be surprised if Mike Bloom and Shane Gus had a role in the casting of Killarney. Now, obviously, I don't think they were like. It's not like they were the final decision makers or anything. But I would not be surprised if this was a situation where like LaRue went to them, asked like, who would you like to see? And Killarney is one of the people that they brought up. And that like started her being in the casting pool. Because like, I can't imagine them actually thinking like, oh, Killarney, definitely a person that we gotta bring back. Like, it's just on the offset. Well, like, obviously, like, Mike and Shan did the podcast about Champions, like, a year ago? And they were, like, very sympathetic towards Killarney. So, like, again, I would not be surprised if that was the element in them, bringing Killarney back. Yeah, like, Teresa, I get. I don't want Teresa back. I don't see any potential in Teresa.
I brought the Contessa
Like,
here.
I think she played so actively poorly her first time around that, again, like, hopefully she can change things up. I don't have much confidence in it. But, like, I get the casting choice. I mean, again, she was a big character early on. She had a fun downfall. And she's also, again, like, still part of the SA community. She was doing podcasts about 41. Like, she's around. Yeah, like Carla. I mean, I think the problem with Carla is that there's like a lot of people in her, like a lot of people in their archetype. Shona is kind of one of those people. And like Josie is another one of these like sort of people. But I am surprised they went for Carla over, or they didn't go for Carla over like a Pinty.
I want to begin right now. Volpe, bring Claudia and Bartolomeo here. Machiavelli.
Are there any Survivor winners who wouldn't be as highly regarded if they didn't win? I think all of them, right? Like, would any of the Survivor winners be as highly regarded if they didn't win? I guess there would be, but like, I think like Tony would not be as highly regarded if he didn't win for sure. Or like, I feel like even before he won, Cagayan, like everyone's talking about how he's just Russell Hantz. He's gonna lose the game, but like I think by the fact that he wins the game, I think is a fundamental change there. Why am I doing that? Whatever, we'll do this one, I guess. Which, by the way, that means we get to start the next Brotherhood stream with the worst part of the fucking game, where we're gonna do 2 fucking tailing missions in a row. Oh yeah, that's another one that surprised me. No Nathan. I actually didn't even think about that when I was doing the video, but like I realized it afterwards that like how is Nathan not on here over Felix?
Then seek Niccolo Machiavelli on Isola Tiberina, and we will make you one of us. Their lies.
I'm gonna rewatch Tar 7 and 11 to see if I would like Rob and Amber. I think they were great in both seasons. Very notable runs on both seasons. Yeah, Nathan is getting into acting nowadays, so maybe he was like too busy. Yeah, like, I suspect that maybe that played a factor, is the Felix versus Tanya stuff. I do find it weird though that the Purple Tribe, I forgot the name of it, from actually, I just realized, I didn't even think about that until now. That's mind-blowing to me. The Island of Secrets. Isn't every... Oh, no, there's one other person, right? But essentially from Island of Secrets, from that original Purple Tribe... Cobus isn't back. But I thought Jacques and Ting Ting were... Like, I thought Jacques was an absolute lock. I thought Ting Ting was a lock for a pre-merger group. Yet those are like 2 of the only people from their starting tribe not on this season. It's literally 4 people from their starting tribe. It's literally everyone but Jacques, Ting Ting, and Cobus. Means you got Dante, Meryl, Felix, Tanya are all back. And again, Dante and Meryl, I'm not surprised that they're back. But who the fuck thought Felix would be back on Survivor? Worried for Steffi with Meryl, and especially Dante on her starting tribe. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know how they were post game. Where like obviously like they didn't have the greatest relationship on the season, but like I would not be surprised if they like became friendly afterwards. Yeah, who else is together on these tribes, actually? Like, obviously, Shane and Marion are together. That's really fun. I do really like that. I'm trying to bring up the cast again real quick. Yeah, we're probably going to end in a second here. But, where the fuck is it? Oh, I'm an idiot. I moved the folder. That's why. Because I'm trying to look at my own, the thing I used for the cast. or the cast reaction. I have way too many folders at this point. What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, so what? Dino, Teresa, and Pinty are all together, so that's something. Yeah, Steffi, Dante, Meryl. You got Tanya and Felix together. You got Tevin and Seamus together, which that's like a nothing thing. Tony and PK are together, that's a shame. And Palessa. By the way, also, I don't know if anyone noticed this, that when I talked about Palessa, I talked about her being an early boot, like a relatively early boot. I'll be honest, I forgot Palessa was 8th place. Like, I was thinking of Palessa was like 10th place for some reason. But yeah, she was 8th place, but whatever. And it's also funny that, yeah, like, Palessa, Tony, PK are back-to-back boots. So that's something. And yeah, you got Philip, Shona, and Killarney together, which again, Killarney was never on the same tribe as the other two. So, I mean, there actually isn't that much connective tissue here. Because, like, even then, even, like, Pinty was never on the same tribe as Dino or Teresa. So really, it's Dino and Teresa that were together, Felix and Tanya, Meryl and Dante, and then I guess Steffi, because they were at the merge together. And then, then PK plus a Tony. And Shane and Marion. I do love this cast. Like, as much as there's, like, question marks here and there, this is going to be a fun cast to see play. Actually, what is the diversity here? This is a pretty diverse cast, right? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, maybe not as much as I thought, actually. There's, 12 POCs? Either way. Yeah, excited for the season. I mean, either way, I still think SA is the best of the current series. And, like, while I think they probably have, like, some questionable decisions here and there, production decisions, in terms of, like, certain advantages or whatnot. Like, again, Tide Destinies I thought was terrible. And yeah, I complain about everything. Again, like, I think this is the thing that people need to recognize, that I complain about things that I like. That is literally what my entire channel is me complaining about things I like. It's like pretty much like any, like, I can't even think, like, what was the thing that I ever made that was me, like, just praising something without any, like, criticism at all. I do think I, at points, like, get too hung up on the negatives and, like, kind of forget to talk about the positives. But, like, still, it's like, even, like, winners and stuff like that, like, I talked about this before, like, even though I think Kim Spradlin played as perfect of a game as you could play, there's still holes in her game. There's still things to nitpick with, like, things that she could have done better, and things that she outright did. Again, I think her relationship with Leaf is actively bad. Like, I think she does get lucky with the tribe swap she was given, that put her in a pretty good position. Which, that's not more so bad, but more so, like, just kind of lucky, which isn't really a big knock. Oh yeah, Nessu not being on the cast is also, yeah, that's a big surprise. Especially because, like, I feel like there's an easy replacement. Like, I mean, I feel like Meryl, you can just swap out for Nessu. And I feel like you get the similar sort of dynamic. Because, like, because you can say that, oh, maybe they wanted Dante and Meryl together. But you can say the same thing, like, they wanted Chappies and a Nessu together. Like, it's the same thing. So, yeah, I don't know if, like, a Nessu turned it down. Yeah. Yeah, like, I remember Parvati in my top 10 player video. Like, it's pretty much me just complaining. Like, it's pretty much me, like, saying all the negatives about Parvati, but then, like, forgetting to say the positives, which I just find kind of humorous. But I think I tried to rectify that, and I think it was the winner player ranking, right? It was one of the future videos. But still, I do find it funny that, like, I got so hung up on it that I just completely forgot to talk about the positives of Parvati's game. But yeah. I actually thought Parvati should have won on Heroes vs. Villains and lost to my Cruiser. Again, like, I don't think anyone should have won anything or should have lost anything. Like, if they should have won, they would have won. And if they should have lost, they would have lost. Like, fundamentally, it's like, you're gonna play the best game for that individual season based on how the things played out. It's like, you're gonna win if you, again, the term deserve is like just an arbitrary concept where it's like, if you deserve to win, then you would win. Like, it doesn't really, to me, like, it doesn't matter the, like, obviously there's like, I would have voted for like Chase over Fabio, or I would have, like, obviously there's a lot of situations where I would have voted for someone over the other person, but it's not like, it's not like I don't think Fabio should have won. Or it's like, oh, this is like terrible that Fabio won or anything. It's like, again, at the end of the day, it's a game that is determined by the people that are out there based on the circumstances that happened while they were out there. So it's like, again, to me, it's like no one like should have won or deserved to win. Like, if you did, then you would have. Again, there are people that like get screwed over by certain things and whatnot, but like at the end of the day, that ends up being part of the season. Insane how flawed Heroes vs. Villains Final 3 is. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, I don't think people talk about it because they talk about Heroes vs. Villains being one of the greatest casts of all time. I think Heroes vs. Villains is filled with terrible gameplay. Like, from beginning to end, from everyone. Like, it really is, like, terrible gameplay the entire time. Like, I think everyone plays Heroes vs. Villains poorly, except for maybe Jerry. And like, Boston Rob, I don't think plays poorly, to be honest. Like, even though he's, like, a relatively early boot. Like, obviously there are things he could have done better, particularly in, like, keeping Tyson in line. And keeping Coach in line at the end, but it's like, and like Jerry, but I don't think he plays like particularly poorly there. And like, I guess Suri also, because like Suri also is like, she mostly gets taken out due to her threat level from before the season, where like Steven had explicitly told JT get rid of Suri because she's the biggest threat. So again, not a surprise that JT like is pretty much the sole deciding factor on getting rid of Suri. And again, I've talked about JT's game also, that JT's game is essentially a winning game had he not made the critical mistake of handing Russell the idol. And had he been a little bit less trusting of Russell. Because like realistically, the heroes could have put their votes on Russell and they still would have at least tied out that round, right? I mean, I guess actually with the idols in play, they would have had to gone the rocks, with Parvati being the only one to draw rocks, right? So realistically, their chances weren't that good. But again, they obviously, like, if he didn't give the idol, she wouldn't have two idols to play there. But again, like, I think like JT just completely tanks his game from that move. But it's like, if he doesn't make that move, he's probably in the best spot to win the entire game. And for sure in the best spot to win the entire game had the heroes won out at the merge. Where, again, at that point, Candace is clearly at the bottom. He also has a closer relationship to both Rupert and Colby than Amanda does. To where, again, are Colby and Rupert flipping on JT? I don't think so. So, like, at that point, the only thing stopping JT from winning is, like, an anti-winner sentiment. Which I don't think was as prevalent on that season. And again, I think when he's up against Colby and Rupert, Colby someone who wanted to pretty much give up, and Rupert someone that everyone looks at as this guy that has a massive fucking ego, I do feel like JT would have been a likely winner. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think Amanda gets to the end unless she wins out. Like, she would have to win, like, at least final immunity, but then I think JT would have tried to make a move earlier. Especially considering there had already been, like, a JT versus Amanda thing even before the merge. If you had the chance to ask Rory Freeman one question, what would it be? Are you a grown-ass man? I think that's probably the question. Man is the greatest to play for the first 38 days. I guess so. I mean, she's someone that, like, plays, like, has 2 back-to-back games where coming into Final Tribal, she could have won. And again, like, after Todd's performance, and just naturally because she's against Todd, and, like, that's always the way that Todd's gonna end up giving his Final Tribal performance, like, she had no chance of winning China at that point. But coming into Tribal, again, they were conflicted on whether or not to vote for Amanda or Todd. And then Micronesia obviously was very, very open, where both of them performed poorly. Going against Todd over Denise is bad gameplay. I don't 100% agree. Like, I do think it ends up being the wrong choice, but I do think, like, given the time in Survivor, I do think it is understandable to take someone like Denise, or to take someone like Todd, who is this, like, very open villainous figure on the season, like someone that openly talks about backstabbing people and playing the game strategically. I think it's like, at that point in Survivor history, like, not surprised that you would take that person over Denise, someone who is, like, like, poor, like, mother, or whatever, like, sort of person, like, someone that needs the money. Like, to me, it's like, it's not that egregious of a choice. But yeah, I mean, like, does Amanda beat Denise? Probably. Like, I think that vote, I mean, it's a bit interesting. Because, like, what? Denise has what? Denise has James and Jean Robert. And then, does Courtney get any votes? No, right? And then everyone else goes to Amanda in that situation. Maybe Frosty could switch his mind and vote for Courtney, but, like, Amanda probably gets out. Maybe Todd. I don't know. I think he would. Like, even though he's closer to Courtney after the show, I think he probably would go Amanda at that point. But either way, I do think he would. I think Amanda would win that. Yeah, it sucks that Todd's not coming back. Yeah. Again, if he was coming back, it would have been for Winners at War. I think at this point it's done. The fact that he wasn't even in consideration for Winners at War. James Blindside was so fun. Whole family's in shock. I mean, especially because, like, that's the first time ever in the history of Survivor that someone gets voted out for an idol in their pocket. And it's insane that that happened to someone that had 2 idols in their pocket. And, like, it's a vote out that I do take for granted nowadays. Where, like, to me, getting voted out for idol in your pocket's just not that interesting. Like, I don't find it that entertaining. Really, I think in the best situations where it's happened, like things like the Sophie vote or like the Ozzy vote, I think it's like because there are so many other circumstances going on outside of the fact that they have idols in their pocket. But yeah, I mean, it's still again, for the James one to be the first time ever it happened is incredible. Got email from Winners at War, yeah, but I mean, again, I don't think he was ever like that, like truly in consideration. Where, like, I think if they really needed him, then they would have. But again, the fact that they put Nick on over him, I think is a true indicator. And, like, I think at the point where, like, Richard Hatch was initially supposed to be on the cast, then they kicked him off due to the Dan stuff, and at that point they still didn't get Todd. I think it's pretty clear that they just, like, did not have much interest in him. Hate that Amber got on over Vesepia. Yeah, like, I don't think Vesepia was ever going to be on, though. Because Vesepia, because it was going to be Tina, right? Over Amber? Because, like, Tina was the one that was actually an alternate. And also Mike Holloway was, like, further in consideration than Todd was. But yeah, I think it would have been interesting to see Vesepia play again. But I think just in general, like, I'll be honest, like, I'm not that interested in a Vesepia return on most given scenarios. Again, Winners at War would have been interesting. But, like, if we have, like, second, alright, I guess second chance won't work, but Survivor Legends. Like, is Vesepia really, like, top of mind someone I need to see back? Not really. Like, to be honest, I don't think, like, to be honest, I think all that will happen is, like, people would be much lower in Vesepia. Because I do not think it would go well, personally. Yeah, we are almost 5 hours in, against 4:15 in the morning, so that's lovely. Did Jesse, giving his idol away knowing he was in danger make him one of the worst players this season? Did he know he was in danger, really? I mean, like, I guess he did, right? Because, like, he assumed that because Jordy had immunity that he would probably be the one to get the votes at that point. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not great. It's not good. Especially, like, once, what Sam tells him, don't tell your brother about it. So yeah, not ideal gameplay. I don't think Natalie White was an alternate for Winners at War. Actually, I know for sure Tina was an alternate for Winners at War. Yeah, like, I don't think Natalie White was even, like, actually truly in consideration, from what I understand. Like, I think she got the call, is what the rumor is. Who's a Kata child, GC or Claire? Well, I mean, it's in GC's name, so. Yeah, he knew his brother was going. I mean, I think it really comes down to he trusted Sam wholeheartedly. Yeah, I think Jenna Maraska has more potential than Vesepia. Well, like, at least Jenna Maraska's a fan and, like, genuinely, like, knows the game. And also, I think, has done a lot of maturing in, like, since the first time she played. And also has also had, like, a lot of hardships since the last time she played, where she's lost both of her parents now. Obviously had to deal, like, with Ethan when he was struggling with cancer. So it's like, also she had the DUI not too long ago. It's like, I feel like it would be much more fascinating to see Jenna Maraska return than Vesepia, who, from what I gauge, is, like, mostly the same person, but also, like, is kind of, like, I don't know, iffy on whether or not she would play the game the way she needs to in the modern day. No, I'm not that interested in a Vesepia return. Why are Jenna and Heidi not friends anymore? I don't know. We know that they're not, but we don't know exactly why. But anyway, so yeah, we're over 5 hours. 5 hours and 2 minutes. So that's I think this is only the second. Oh no, because I did do the Life is Strange speedruns. But outside of the Life is Strange speedruns, I think this is the second longest stream at this point. Only second to my Last of Us 8-hour stream. Where I played through the entirety of The Last of Us and Left Behind in one stream. But yeah, either way. So yeah, I think we'll call it a night against 4:20, ironically, in the morning where I'm at. And yeah, I got stuff going on tomorrow, which is the more depressing part. Yeah, we also got Australian Survivor. Actually, is Australian Survivor airing right now? I think it actually is airing right now, which is kind of more insane. But that should be a fun episode. Maybe. We'll see. So yeah, next stream will be after the Survivor premiere. Now again, I did mention this earlier, that I am going to be busy on Wednesday. I might miss the beginning of the Survivor episode. So again, I'll still stream immediately afterwards, but again, like, I'm probably not going to be all in on, like, who's winning based on Edgic and that sort of thing just yet. Actually, something I thought about is that, so the episode gets posted on Paramount Plus at midnight, I believe. Maybe it's 3 o'clock, but if it's posted at midnight, maybe I'll watch, like, the first few minutes of the episode on stream. Maybe that's something I'll do. But we'll see. I mean, that, or like, it'd be cool if they post like the first, I think last season they posted like the first 12 minutes or something early. Maybe if they do that again, I'll watch that. But either way, so yeah, next stream will be after the Survivor premiere. Obviously, we'll have Australian Survivor, BBCAN to talk about. So yeah, see you guys then. Thank you everyone's still here after 5 hours. But yeah, see you guys next time.